All right. So only last week, all right, last week I got a notification from my Sajatra to ask me to, to get the boost for the booster. All right, so we will wait for a couple of minutes, okay, for the rest to join. All right. So for today agenda, okay, I will be still continue with the Illustrator, okay, maybe after until lunch. All right, there's a few things, okay, which is I still need to show to you all. All right, like some of the objects, okay, like like effect, distort, transform, all right, and then okay, like how to creating like a few like isometric, all right, so like a design, and then and also, all right, some of you might be want to know how you're going to create like a packaging, okay, especially like maybe some of you like like as I say, like maybe a homemaker, okay, where you are doing like a cake, all right, so maybe you want to design your own okay, like a box, all right, so how you all can do that, okay, in Illustrator, all right, of course, to make it more easier, okay, most of us, we are just go to the any shop, okay, and we buy the boxes, all right, but could be expensive, so rather than you just go and buy the expensive, right, so you can just design and then you can do your own printing as well, okay, so we are going to take a look at that. All right, and right after okay, our let's say our break lunch. So I will be start with okay. I'm going to continue on the Photoshop. All right, because in the Photoshop, as you all know that okay, you all can convert into a like an animation. All right, it is not going to be very detailed. Okay, but then for some of you, okay, who wish to try out the animation again from the Photoshop. All right, so I'm just going to explain a little bit on that part. All right, so once we're done, so let's see how it goes. So maybe maybe at the end of the day we can just play a little bit of like a Kahoot game. All right, so that's going to be our agenda. And maybe okay, I will post to you all maybe some of the like graphic design questions. Okay, maybe you all can try out. Okay, so usually that one I will only give, let's say if you have like about 60 hours, okay, let's say about like 60 hours of program, okay, so whereby okay, the last about 6 to 8 hours, all right, it's just kind of like an assignment, all right, but then for this one like 48 hours, all right, so obviously right, you don't have to do a submission, okay, but then I can just post some of the question and you can just try out, okay, just to know whether all right, whatever things that you have learned, all right, for Illustrator or Photoshop, whether you can apply to that question or not. Okay, so all right, so without you, okay, so let's be going to start. All right, so it's 9:05. Okay, so again, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, okay, that might be okay from the short the cop. All right, so maybe someone will become and then okay, invigilate you all. Okay, so I'm not sure what time. All right, so just in case, you have to be standby. Okay, so if you want to turn on the camera, so you just go ahead. All right, just in case. All right, if he might be asking you questions. All right, so I hope that you all okay, aware of that. All right, so because sometimes okay, that's normal things. Okay, so we will just connect to the Zoom, and then we are just going to like do some household stuff. All right, so all right, so that's all. Okay, so let me share my screen. Just wait. All right, okay, and yeah, all right. So previously, okay, on the previous week, okay, we have looked into it, all right, how you all create like a brochures, all right. So like a name card, okay. Of course, I will just do a simple things, okay, and also like a logo. So just remember, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, all right, you all okay, like some of us, okay, which is already doing the logo, all right, so it's okay, fine, okay, but if you are still very new, so I'm always suggest to everyone, okay, just draft it on a piece of paper, okay, for anything, okay, even later, all right, after the break, okay, so I'm going to show you how you're going to design a folder, all right. So design a folder and also a box, okay, like a gift box or maybe a wrapping box, okay. So again, You cannot like simply bring it to Illustrator, okay, and then you start working on it. You have everything, you have to draft it, okay, in a piece of paper, all right. And of course, okay, like sometimes I know like a wrapping box, you have to use like maybe like a manila card, all right, to try out first, okay. You need to know the dimension and everything, okay, and then you just do your own potong, all right. You just have to cut out yourself, and then you try and see, okay, whether is it accommodate or not, all right. So that's how usually like you all can give a try. But of course, once you already know the all like in and out, so you can just start over, okay. It's just that you need to create a template as much as you all need to do, okay. Like as I say, like a brochure, okay. So like when you do a brochure, so of course, okay, you have like a 3 folds, okay, like you have like a 4 fold, like that is a accordion, all right, like a booklet. So everything, okay, you just need to keep it as a template, all right. So you just okay, once let's say if you bought any kind of like a project or anything, obviously you can just straight away pick up from the template and then you're working on it. Okay, the template means okay, it's just the skeleton here, okay, not the design. Because usually okay, a design, you need to customize it, okay, using the Illustrator. Unlike like a Canva, all right. So of course, like Canva, the design is already made for you all. So you just have to take it whichever the design that you feel which is like that you all like. But of course, okay, so I'm not going to stop okay anyone from using a Canva. Okay, so it's everything is their own uh, personal reason. Okay, so of course because like some of us, all right, we're using a Canva so that we can do it our design work quite fast. Okay, of course, like you all know, like a Photoshop or Illustrator, which is like taking a little bit long time. All right, so as my advice, okay, it's not my advice, but then you can have like a balance, okay. So if you are, let's say you have like a very long-term project or something, okay, you can use Illustrator, all right. But like sometimes you'll be having like an ad hoc kind of a design, okay. Suddenly someone call you, yeah, I need this, all right. So if you can use Illustrator, go ahead. If not, yeah, you still can use the Canva, all right. Okay, as I said, okay, the folder design and also the box, all right. Okay, I will explain to you on the later, most probably like after the break. Okay, so okay, so now, so we are just going to look into a few things. Okay, all the very very minor things. Okay, where okay I haven't touched on Illustrator yet. All right. Okay, so for this, all right. So I'm just creating a let's say. All right, so it's just like 1,200 by 1,200. Okay, so all it's up to you. Okay, so dimension is very important. Okay, as I mentioned always. Okay, so I believe okay most of us here. All right, you want to do something. Okay, let's say once this program is over. Okay, you want to start up something. Okay, you want to promote your product. Okay, or you want to print out your own brochures. So the dimension is very important for you all. Okay, you need to know what kind of dimension that you all use. Okay, so if, let's say if you are going to use for the Instagram posting, all right. So for Instagram posting, okay, we always say, all right, it's 1080. Okay, but it's not necessary. It can be 1080. All right, as long as it's a rectangle. All right, so you can just using it. Okay, like maybe like 1,000 by 1,000 or 1,005 by 1,005. Okay, as long as it is on the rectangle mode. Okay, but of course the more higher dimension it is, okay, of course the file size will be more bigger. All right, so it's all up to you. Okay, so like for example, okay, I just want to retain size 1,200 by 1,200. All right, so if you have like 1,200 by 1,200, you don't have to worry about the okay. So generally you don't have to worry on the orientation because why? It's a second part. All right, it's a square, so nobody's bothered. All right, so and okay, so let's say okay, I'm not going to touch on the the bleed, all right. So we can just let it go for create on. Okay, and one more thing also, okay, I need to show it to you all. Okay, that is we call as what you call the perspective grid. Okay, so we haven't touched on the perspective grid yet. Okay, so okay, and also pattern. All right, also a pattern. All right, and like a brushes. Okay, like sometimes okay, you want to create your own brushes. All right, all these are small thing. Okay, which is I haven't touched on that. So let's be continue for today's session. All right, okay. Hope that you all can see my screen. All right. Again, yeah. I'm just randomly okay Okay, I'll just do it a very simple way. Okay, but of course, okay, when you have some time, all right, you can just try out, okay, as much as you all can. All right. Of course, as I said, okay, when you come to the design, okay, it's like infinity. Okay, sometimes, okay, you might don't know. Okay, you just try to create something. Okay, but you come out with something else. Okay, it's still a design. All right, it's not something like all right, it's everything's on our mind. Okay, so when you try out, okay, then of course, okay, you'll be generate like a more ideas. All right. Okay, so all right, so for this, all right, I just want to create a rectangle box. Okay, so as you all know, Illustrator, okay, doesn't have a like a fill color here. All right, so you need to create a box. All right, you need to create a something like a layer on top here to fill up with the colors. All right. Okay, so I'm not going to use the stroke color, and I just activate the. Okay, so let's say I'm using some kind of like purplish, and okay, so you have a two option here. All right, the option here is, okay, if let's say if you know the dimension of your artboard, all right, so without wasting of time, okay, so you can just use your left click. All right, use your left click, and then there's a properties here. Okay, so you know that it's 1200 by 1200. All right, so just click on apply, and of course, all right, don't forget, okay, that you have this what we call the, okay, the alignment panel. Okay, so which is, okay, I can okay, makes your life easier. All right, so rather than sometimes you might try to move here and there, and sometimes it might not stick to that your artboard. All right, so of course, okay, so if you want to apply some kind of a gradient, all right, as everyone knows, okay, but apply a gradient with Illustrator sometimes can be also tricky, not unlike like Photoshop. Like Photoshop, we have like many ways to create a gradient, but when you come to for Illustrator, all right, so obviously, okay, you see it, all right, you already applied the purple color here. Okay, so if I want to apply a gradient, all right, so I need to switch it over here. Okay, on my left panel here. Okay, I have to either switch it here, or I have to go to window and take the gradient. All right, but one problem with Illustrator is, okay, it's always never it's never select your current colors here. Okay, so either you can just drag it and then you can just put it here. All right, so and then let's say you have another color. Okay, maybe I just want to have another kind of my, okay, I times to change my mouse. All right, okay, so let's say I'm just choosing from here something like, okay, so we go there. Okay, so I'm just taking from here. Okay, so let's say all right, maybe like all right. All right, and then just creating something like a radio. Okay, so all right, so it's just like how you all you already learned how to create the gradients. Okay, so that's the thing. All right, creating gradients sometimes Illustrator can be tricky. Okay, sometimes can be annoyed. All right, even I felt that so many times. It's not like something like in Photoshop you can just double click, the panel will appear, so you can just play around with the slider. All right, so this one something like a very slight changes that will happen. All right, the color will just go off. All right, so once you're done, so you can just lock your layer. Okay, so that you are not you just have to like not moving any kind of the this layer here. All right, so you can just turn off, okay, whichever the panel that you don't want to use, you can just close it now. All right, but of course whenever things that you are required, you should know already. Okay, so for example, okay, so let's say you are closing your like symbols. All right, so all these things not required as for now. All right, so you just need to have a layer. Okay, so and sometimes, okay, like suddenly, okay, you need to have like swatches. All right, so if you're not able to see your swatches, all right, you can just go to your windows and look for your swatches. Okay, so everything is here. All right, so let's say, okay, so if I just click on my swatches, all right, so the swatches will be appear. Okay, so it's just like try to minimize your workspace. All right, and of course, we always recommend, okay, if in the future, okay, if you really want to concentrate more in your Photoshop and Illustrator, try to, get your extension of your monitor. Okay, so it's not so difficult to to set up the extension of the monitor. All right. So why I say so? All right. Like some of the panel, all these things. All right. We can just limit your artwork at one, at one monitor. The rest, all right, like you got maybe have a layer, all right, like some of the swatches, okay, some other panels, you can have it on the another extended monitor. All right, so that wise, okay, you can easily can manage. All right, okay, so this is one, okay, I just want to share with you all. Okay, pattern I will share with you later. All right, blend. Okay, so what is that? It's a blend, all right, and also like a make blend, all right. And also they can replace spine. Okay, so like for example, all right. So let's say, okay, I'm just creating an ellipse, and then okay, before I proceed, so what I'll do, all right, I'm just creating a new layer, all right. So the layer one is just a background, so which is I locked it, all right. So go back to my original color palette. All right, so if you want to know, okay, how to go back to your original, that is a black and white, you just simply hit D. Okay, D for Denmark, okay, on your laptop. All right, laptop or computer, whichever that you are used. Okay, so I'm not going to use a stroke. All right, so just what you call a color code. All right, so it's going to be a gradient color. Okay, so I just want to get something like maybe a white color first, or maybe a gray, and just draw a small. Okay, so okay, so in that case, okay, so let's say right after you already create your layer two, all right, if you okay, sometimes okay, I can just turn it off, all right, the layer. So when it's required, then I turn on back. Okay, so just adding some colors, okay, on the, all right, so let's say go to window and look for the gradient. All right, so look for the gradient. See, all right, so that's why I say, okay, whenever it required, you can just activate your gradient. So let's say, okay, so this is something like over here. Okay, another color. Okay, so I'm just randomly pick up here. All right, so you all can choose any kind of color that you want. Okay, so what I'll do here is, all right, I'm going to copy this. All right, so as I say, all right, if you want to copy, okay, just like one object, you can just press alternate, and then okay, when press alternate, you already can make it another copy of this object. Okay, but you want to copy this object, another object, okay, with the same alignment. All right, so what you do, all right, you need to press alternate. Okay, so once you press alternate, okay, while you're pressing alternate, then you use your mouse, okay, left click of your mouse. So when you move around, okay, you see already, okay, it's already created another additional, it's already copied. So straight away you hold it shift. Okay, why we hold it shift? Okay, so that it can lock. All right, so I can just lock, okay, so that I can create a straight line. Okay, so if I didn't press shift, okay, so let's say if I just simply press alternate and then I just move around, okay, of course I can see the straight line, okay, but it doesn't lock. If I just move around, okay, see, it won't be on the straight line anymore. But if I just press shift, okay, see, if I just try to drag it down, it won't. All right, it just come to the straight line. Okay, so just let go. All right, so the next thing is, okay, so what we're going to do is, okay, we are just going to do some a repetition of this. Okay, so we have already select two objects. So in between, we want to fill up with the same object here. So of course, all right, usually you all can press, once you press alternate, copy it, and you press Control D, okay, to replicate. All right. Okay, so this actually is another method. All right. So let's say if I just select these two objects, okay, I go to object. All right, so first go to blank. Okay, so do not click on the make. All right, click on the blank option. Okay, so we click on the blank option. So over here you got three options here. Okay, we are just going for the specified steps. All right, specified step with the, okay, it's supposed to be, okay, one is actually under the page. Okay, okay, this one should be on the part. All right, so it's supposed to be, okay, it should be able to see the what you call something like a tooltip. all right, but then okay, it's not same. Okay, it's supposed to be the first one. Okay, follow the path. All right, so let's say if I just make it this one as let's say 15. All right, so specify step means, okay, so I need to copy this, okay, for the 50 times. All right, so let's say if I click OK, all right, of course, okay, nothing happened. So just go back again to object, okay, blend again, and then make it. All right, so it will be just repeated. Okay, so let's say, all right, if you have some kind of a pen tool, okay, so let's say, all right, okay, I'm not going to use the no background color. Okay, so let's say I just want to right? So I'm just draw something like a, like something like a kind of sleeve, all right? So I just want to apply, okay, whatever things, okay, over here, all right? So you just have to follow the path, all right? So this is what I can do, okay? I just want to select this book, all right? So you see here, okay, the main reason why I'm asking you all to lock your background layer, all right, so that, okay, when I do a selection of these two objects, okay, it doesn't select your background as well. If you're not locked, then of course, okay, the design may not work, okay, because why? You already selected your layer one together. So that's the reason why you create your background, okay, of the onboard, and then you locked it, okay. So make sure that all, okay, but suppose all these objects should become under your layer two, right? So just select both. Then I go to the object, okay, blank. And over here, all right, there's a replace spine. Okay, so right after I click on the replace spine, so it will just, follow the path. All right. So of course, the length of this, the repetition of this object, and also the line that we have created, it has to be matched. If let's say this a repeating object is, it's very short, while you have like a very long kind of, the line is much more longer, then of course, okay, you might be seeing all the kind of this kind of a gap. All right. So apart of that, all right, so you also can, okay, let's say if I just undo that, okay. Okay. All right, so let's say again, okay, so I'm just selecting these two object again. Okay, so go to object. Okay, so go to blank. Okay, so blank option. Okay, I always go to the blank option. So let's say now, okay, I make it as like a 500. Okay, just go to 500. So of course, okay, just now I make it as 15. So there'll be like a gap in between. All right. All right, so I make it as 500. So I just click on OK. All right. So let's say we go back to object, blank, and make. Right, so now you can see it's become like a like without seeing any kind of like in between this, okay, there's no any gap. All right, so you're not able to see your the circles and everything. Okay, sometimes, okay, you have to come up with your own grid. Okay, the problem here is, okay, you see when I go to view, all right, and then show my grid, all right, so what happened here is okay, so I'm not able to see the grid. Okay, so either you all can create your own grid. Okay, I have showed to you last time. Okay, or else you can just turn off your, okay, turn off the visibility for a while. Okay, so I'm using my pen tool. All right, so go back to black and white. Okay, so activate the black color. So let's say, okay, I just want to do some kind of like a W, okay, or maybe M. All right, so let's say, okay, so what I'll do, all right, so I just want to copy this, okay, for a few times. Okay, so 1, 2, all right, so this one I just put it on the side here. Okay, so go back to my black and white. Okay, so let's say, all right, okay, I'm not going to use just what you call the outline. Okay, so go back here. All right. So you have 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3. So it should be. Okay, so assume like you are creating like an M, all right. So I can you can just simply select these two, okay, these two object, all right. Go to your object, all right, and then blend, replace your spine. Okay, so you'll have like some kind of like an M, all right. So you see all these things also you all can use for creating a logo, all right. It's not only like like you have to draw or something, okay. You all can just try to use okay whichever all right, so you all can use your replace spine. Okay, so of course, all right. Okay, so you can just add on. Okay, so I can just make it this one as a smaller if I want to. All right, and one more thing, yeah. Okay, so let's say okay, okay, I'm using my direct selection tool. So I just select at the bottom here. All right. Okay, so try and see whether it can be resized or not. Okay, if it's not able to resize, okay, so we can just simply it's actually this is the combination. Okay, earlier remember, okay, we make it like a two circle, right? Okay, this is the first, all right, and the second one here. Okay, so I can just double click, all right, just double click over here, and then I can select mine, okay, as an individual, okay, the shape. So let's say I make it this one, okay, much more smaller, all right. So what will happen here is, okay, it will start to like we just follow the I mean the smaller alignment. Okay, so let's say if I just go back, okay, of course, all right, so let's try to make this 100%. Okay, so it's up to you. Okay, how you okay, if you, this is the case, okay, if you want to make it like a more smaller, all right. So not only that, all right, so not only that, okay, so so if you're trying to use your pen tool, all right, so if you want to draw kind of like a okay, so again, let's see if I just select this and this, all right, go to the object and then blend, okay, replace spine. Okay, so as I said, all right, so I can just double click over here, all right, and then try to resize it smaller, okay, and okay, so all right, so you can just change it, all right, so whichever the okay the location that you want, all right. So again, it all depends, all right, what kind of design that you are creating. Okay, sometimes okay you want to create your abstract, all right, so it's like that. Okay, and also, all right, you also can draw another kind of a like how to say, okay, so let's say if I create a pen tool, okay, so on top of here, okay, so I'm just creating a okay, so just drawing a path here, all right, and use my okay, so let's say I'm using my type tool, okay, and then all right, so follow the path. Okay, so you can create your text as well, okay, that is just like a following the path. All right, so that's why I said, okay, so it all depends. Okay, you have to sit down, all right, spend some time, okay, to what kind of design that you all can make. All right, so based on that, only that you're able to have some idea. All right, so that's why I said, okay, because sometimes, okay, we really don't know, okay, so what we have to do, all right, so all the things, all right, so okay, this actually we call as a like a replace spine. Okay, so to add more, all right, okay, so let's see, okay, how you all can use this replace spine, okay, to add more, like some enhancement, okay, if you want to make it, all right, so just make it as a 50%. So I'll just put it over here. Okay, just a backup. And okay, I'm not going to use my okay hide the grid. Right. Okay. Sometimes okay, you all want to create a heart shape, right? All right. So creating heart shape, okay, I know like anything okay, like you want to try to do okay, Illustrator is very easy compared to like when you are using the Photoshop. All right. The only thing is because you have the shape builder. All right. At the same time, okay, you also have the okay, that's we call as a pathfinder. All right. Okay. So let's say over here. All right. Just using my stroke. Okay. Using my stroke. And then I'll just draw something like all right. Okay, like the line that you all see on my screen. Okay. And then I'll change the stroke to 200. Okay. So something like this. Okay. So the stroke, okay, I'm using as a 200. All right. And okay. So I'll just go to object. All right. So transfer. Okay. So you have like a reflex. All right. So let's say go to preview. All right. So I just want to use as a 90. All right. So you just have to, we have to replicate, all right, as for 90 degrees, and then I just click on copy. All right. So you have get something like this, all right. Of course, okay. It's just something like a square over here. All right. So just select, all right, and go to the object, and let's say, okay, so we apply the, okay, expand. All right. So once you click on expand, make sure it's fill and stroke is already checked. All right. And then you click on. Okay. So now you can see, all right, it's already okay as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I'm using my shape builder tool. All right. So press alternate. Okay. I'm pressing alternate and I click over here to remove this area. Okay. So which is I don't want. All right. And straight away I click on my what we call this what you call direct selection tool. Okay. So hold shift. Okay. Holding my shift. Okay. Select 1, select 2. Okay. Select 3 here. Right. And select the 4th here. Okay. So once you select, all right. So you can just simply, all right. So you already have like a heart shape. All right. So before you proceed, okay. So you know what you'll do. All right. You need to use your shape builder tool again. All right. So all right, so just make it like a heart shape. All right. So the next thing is, all right, so what I'll do is, okay, I'm just trying to, okay, switch as a line. Okay, so just switching this one as a line. All right. So like a just normal stroke. Okay, so I select these two, 1 and 2. All right. And then go to my object. Okay, blank. And okay, replace fine. Okay, because you already created your blank option. Okay, so you just have to replace it. All right, so you will have like something like this. So of course, all right, you can use your direct selection tool. Okay, so just in case, all right. So of course, okay, it may not look nice. Okay, so let's see if I can add the pen tool. So of course, okay, you can just add on a little bit, all right, but then okay, it's okay, fine, all right. So that's why I said, okay, it has to be, all right. It's either have to be very longer, all right, from the object that you have created. Okay, so the next thing is, all right, we all can just go to the effect, all right. So over here we have like like a distort, all right, and transfer. So you can just try a few things. Okay, I'm going to click on the rough tone here. Okay, so click on preview, right, and play around with my, let's say, the size. Okay, so how you want to have, all right. So let's say once you're done, all right. So if you feel like it's okay, fine, all right. So let's say you want to have like you can check and check again, all right, to see whether, all right, this one like to make it like a okay corner, all right. So try and see okay whether it's applied or not. Okay, so sometimes okay it's applied, sometimes okay you might be able to see the difference. All right. So let's say you click OK. All right. So you will have like some kind of these kind of things. All right. So that's why I said, all right, so everything is all is like interconnected. You just have to, right, just apply. Okay, and you have to try and see, all right, how the things are applied. Okay, so okay, of course, all right. There's plenty of things here. Okay, you can just go to your install and transform. All right. So like a twist. All right. So again, you can just select your preview. Okay. I think my Illustrator is getting more slower and slower. So this all depends, all right. I know it's all okay. What kind of design you want to do? Okay, so all these things, okay, you just have to try and see, okay, by putting in the numbers. Okay, it's the same thing, okay, like how you all did for the Photoshop. All right, you also remember the blending tools, okay, whereby okay, when you have like a glossy, you play around with the numbers over there. Okay, so similar things. All right. Okay, so all right. So another thing is okay, which is okay, going to share with you all. Okay, so we call this one as a what you call the perspective tool. All right. Okay, so this is a perspective tool. Okay, so if let's say sometimes okay you want to create something like a 3D like a mock-up, all right, like like a box, all right. So I know it is not the actual product, all right, but sometimes okay like a packaging box, okay. So you just want to share with your customer, okay, so how the design will be looks like, okay, when you're creating a packaging or something, all right. So you all can use this perspective tool, all right, to create something like a mock design, okay. So like for example, okay, so for this, just want to okay, I'm just using as a white color background. Okay, so I don't want to use a, all right, to just to apply this, all right. So what I'll do, all right, so I'm just creating a rectangle. Okay, so it's a small one. Okay, so going to copy this and then maybe somewhere around in between. Okay, okay, and then I press Control D. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so go to the center of the way. And then I just copy this, okay, and then I put it on it's something like a creating like a checker. All right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just in case, all right, if you want to make it another one. Okay, so just press Control G to group it. All right, and then I just put on the side here. Okay, and then creating another one. All right, so just duplicate this. Okay, so this, all right, what do you call, there's a perspective grid. Okay, so you all can use for anything. Okay, so let's say you want to create something like a wall, okay, like a building, okay, especially when let's say sometimes you want to, you're creating like a building or something, okay, so you all can use a like this perspective view, all right. So let's say if I just click, all right, so you can see, all right, it'll just create something like a grid over here, okay, it's just creating a grid, and then, all right, is in case, all right, if you want to make it more bigger, all right, so this one I'm just using as a 50%. So let's see if I just change this one to 100. So at least, okay, you can see like much more clearer. All right. So this is like like on the floor. All right. This is going to be like on the floor. All right. This on the left and on the right. Okay. So how you all control this? Okay. So generally, okay. So currently that you are seeing on my screen here. Okay. The blue color. So the blue colors indicate that is currently this area is selected. All right. So if you want to select this area, all right, you have to make sure, okay. All right. So make sure, all right, your perspective grid tool is always selected. Okay. So you can just click over here. All right. So now, okay, you can see right grid. Okay. So the right grid will be selected. Okay. And then this one at the bottom here. Okay, so if you want to look at the top, all right, so you can just read here. Okay, there's a way to select the top one, all right? Okay, so okay, never mind. Okay, so if let's say, all right, just in case if you want to, okay, move this over here, the grid, all right, so this is actually the, all right, so over here, okay, so just in case, all right, if you want to move around, okay, or okay, so you want to click back, all right, okay, and the same thing, okay, so okay, it's actually over here, okay, and this is the, if you want to control the height, okay, so it's up to you, okay, how you want to control the height, and then okay, over here, okay, if you want to increase more, all right, okay, so just you can drag it, okay, if you want to, all right, so otherwise you can just let it go, okay, but then how you going to apply this, all right, so you can just simply click on your perspective selection tool, all right, so let's say I make it this one so 50%, okay, all right, so just simply and then okay, just wait, yeah, yeah, all right, so just have to drag it and then you need to apply it over here, so let's say okay, just make it as 100%, it's too big, so let's say 10%, all right. So, all right. So let's say you can just try to adjust this. All right. Here, okay, another one. All right. So okay, try to fill up this. Okay, up to here. Okay. So this is actually for your on the left. Okay. If you want to do for the right, all right, simply click on the right. Okay. So you have to go back again. Okay. Use the hand tool. All right. So let's say. Okay, if it's too big, all right, so I can just try to make it smaller. Okay. So, all right, yeah. Okay, so once, okay, you can see you can snap to the right, and then you can just let go. All right, so you can just, okay. So if in case, all right, if you want to remove this, what you call this the perspective grid. Okay, so you can just simply click on your over here. All right, you can see like a close button here, right? Okay, because sometimes okay when you click over here, okay, it won't it will still there. All right, if you want to make sure that this is a perspective grid, okay, to be not to be visible. So make sure, all right, you have to click on here perspective grid tool, and then all right, just click it, and then it will just all right, hidden. Okay, so usually, all right, all these things, okay, you all can use, okay, like like recently you all created like the Himalaya kind of, like a background, right? Okay, so you can just put it over here as well. Okay, if you want to create something like a box, all right? So just in case, okay, sometimes, you want to, okay, just want to show it to your client, okay, how the things are looks like, all right? Okay, so I can really show you some example, all right? So let's see if I just do on this, okay, just remove. Okay, so let's see, okay, if I have that one. So it's here, all right, so my PC also is getting more slower and slower, all right? So I just need to convert this, okay, into a, okay, to a JPEG first. But actually, you're not required to, to convert to a JPEG as well. So you all can just simply, all right, if you want to, okay, so I can apply it directly, okay, using the, what you call the PSD file. Okay, so let me just close it. Okay, so I just want to make sure, all right, the artboard size, okay, the artboard size is actually is matched, okay, to your the image that you have. Okay, so over there, the size of the image that you're using 1080 by 1080. All right. So over here, all right. So let's see, okay, whether okay, so it should be okay. All right. So first, all right. So go to file, okay, and then paste. All right. So it should be on the okay, so hold on, and then okay, so I'll just paste it over here. All right. So sometimes, okay, I know you have to make it your layer much more smaller size. So this is your what you call your Photoshop. All right. So if you expand this, all right. So of course, okay, everything is into one. All right. So it won't be like as a layer. Okay, it won't show as a layer. All right. So, but any changes you want to make, you always can go back to your Photoshop and then you just apply. Okay, so it will be automatically applied over here. All right. Okay. So let's say, all right. So I'm just creating my. So just want to make it more. So let's say, all right, we're going to apply this on the right hand side of this. Okay. So make sure, all right, you want to switch over. Okay, so you need to make sure, okay, because you can't use your direct selection tool or selection tool, okay, to switch over. It won't work. So you have to make sure that you have to select your perspective grid tool. All right, then only you have to select. Okay, so it's already applied. So let's say, all right, so if I tool, okay, so yeah. Unless if I try to, let's try first. sometimes, okay, if you are creating by using the Illustrator, is much more easier, okay, compared to creating from the object from others. Okay, so let's wait, yeah. If I'm just creating a normal rectangle, then it should work. Normal rectangle, if this works. Maybe okay, this way. I think it's not taking up the raster image. If it's a vector, then it might be easy. Okay, but anyway, I'll try to look for this. All right. So otherwise, if you can create from the scratch, then of course, okay. So creating that one's over here. Okay, so almost the same. Okay, so it is not like a very difficult. Okay, so it's just like we're creating a background. Okay, and then of course, all right, you need to do some adjustment. Okay, like cleaning up your the some of the unwanted area. Okay, the one you can use in the Photoshop. All right, so once you already clean up, okay, then of course you can create on your arts here. Okay, so you can do that as well. All right, so I need to check on that. Okay, why it's not taking up the Photoshop? All right, okay, so okay, but previously I have created images. Okay, which is this can be applied here. Okay, maybe all right, but Photoshop, I'm not sure. I need to check on that as well. Okay, but it's almost the same. Okay, so if let's say if you have any kind of a design, all right, so you can just you just have to create first. Okay, like a normal like a flat design. Okay, so once you're already done, okay, so make sure you have to turn off your okay, turn off your the perspective grid first. All right, and then okay, so you can just do a normal design that you want. Okay, so you just apply. Okay, so anything that okay, like gradients or anything that you want to. All right, so once you're done, you can just put it on somewhere around here. Okay, all right, okay, and even okay, let's say okay, we have a text. All right, so let's say I just put some kind of dummy text here. Two, and then just loop it. All right, and then I just put on the side. Okay, and I'll activate my perspective. Okay, so first perspective selection tool. Okay, so let's say just resize it. So let's see how just 100%. Right. And then just closing my okay, over here. All right. So that is how okay, let's say you want to create like some kind of a perspective grid. Okay. So you can just turn on back. Okay, your perspective grid. All right. So if you want to draw another one, okay, of course, all right. If you want to draw another one, okay, you see, all right. So what we need to do is, okay, we have to change to your right grid. Okay, so now, okay, again, just draw as like that. Okay, so change color, all right. So let's see. All right. Of course, you have to play around with the colors. Okay. So that the tone, okay, is really looks like a 3D kind of a tone. And all right. As usual, if you want to add some kind of text, all right. So of course, okay. So perspective selection tool. Let's say over here. All right. Okay. So if you just want to turn off, all right. So go to your perspective and then okay. So all right, you can see here, right? It's just like a something like this, looks like a box. Okay, so that's why I say sometimes okay, you all can use this, all right. If you want to create your box, okay, and then you want to make it all right, you want to make it like a display to your client, okay, so this is how the things looks like, okay. But of course, okay, I need to see okay why it doesn't take the Photoshop, all right. So otherwise if you are creating anything from the Illustrator, okay, like you know, like you're preparing the text, okay, so if everything looks okay. So if it doesn't take from the Photoshop, all right, so it's not like a very big deal actually. We have to do the same thing, okay, but the only thing is you all can use the Photoshop to do the cleanup, and then you need to save each of your document as a PNG. Okay, why we have to save it as a PNG? So that it has a transparent background. Okay, so if it has a transparent background, then it's much more easier for you to add on over here. Okay, so this on the what you call for the perspective grid tool. Okay, so all right. Okay, so another thing is okay, which is I just want need to share with you all. Okay, creating the pattern. All right, so pattern and also a brush. Okay, so it's a bit straightforward compared to like how you're using the Photoshop. All right. Okay, so this is a little bit on the what you call the perspective. All right, so you all can just try it out this as well. Okay, so I'm going to save it over here. All right. Okay, so the next one. Okay, so I'm just going to use okay again. So I'm just using 1200 by 1200. All right. Okay, so just creating a background color. All right, so you all can choose any kind of background color that you want. All right, so okay, 1200 by. All right, okay, so there's no stroke. All right, and okay, so don't forget your align panel tool. Okay, and then just lock it. Okay, if you want to have like some kind of a gradient, okay, so just go ahead. Okay. So make it this one as let's say 180. Is mine. Okay, to so just anything, all right. Okay, this one I just want to share with you. Okay, how we're going to create a pattern. So let's say, all right. So I'm just using my ellipse tool. Okay, and then oops. Okay, make sure when you want to, you know, back to your normal. All right, back to your normal color. Okay, do not choose your any of the layers. Okay, otherwise it will revert back. So don't forget. Okay, you need to click somewhere in the empty area. Just wait for a while. Yeah. If my voice is lagging or what, please let me know. Yeah, all right. Because my cable is supposed to be it's connected to my cable. Okay, but it's not connected as a Wi-Fi. All right. So if you feel like it's lagging or anything, okay, so please let me know. Okay, so creating a pattern, you all can just do any kind of pattern that you want. All right, like just now I show you how you can create a heart shape. All right, so as long as, all right, you know how to use your pathfinder, all right, and also your shape builder tool. All right, so it's easy for you to create any kind of pattern that you want. All right, so let's say a part of that. Okay, okay, so I'm going to use a, okay, so it's just like a line. Okay, so for example, okay, so okay, so if you want to cut this, your, like this circle, right? Okay, so let's say if you want to cut half, all right? Okay, so obviously, okay, when you try to cut half, okay, so this is what usually we will do. Okay, so doesn't matter, okay, whether, okay, all right, before that, okay, I just want to lock this thing, all right, creating a new layer. Okay, so just lock it this. Okay, so back to here. Okay, so let's say if I just draw a small circle here. Okay, so let's say if you all want to cut half, okay, of course, all right, we can use your like a straight line. Okay, and then you either can use your divide your object. Okay, so like for example, okay, either you can use your divide your object, or you can use your pathfinder and make the divide. Okay, but you see here, if I'm using a stroke, okay, so when I creating this one as a stroke, so okay, even if I'm using as a pathfinder, okay, so let's say go back to my pathfinder. Hope that you all still remember, okay, this pathfinder. So let's say if I divide, okay, see, okay, so nothing happened, all right. So let's say, all right, if I just select this, okay, and then, okay, going to my object, all right, and then go to path, and then divide object below. Okay, so object divide below is okay, fine. But then what happened here is, all right, okay, oops, okay, it is actually creating a, okay, like a there's a line here, okay, so which is we don't want to have the line. Okay, so how are you going to do that? All right, so as everyone knows, okay, if let's say if you are using the circle, all right, and then when you draw the straight line, okay, so when using the pathfinder, all right, so all these things you all need to know, yeah, okay, because not all the time you all can use your pathfinder. Okay, sometimes you can use your different method as well. Okay, so okay, one of the example here is, okay, let's say if I'm selecting these two object, okay, go to my pathfinder, all right, and then when I try to divide, okay, so it's nothing happened, all right, it is nothing happened. Okay, but let's say, all right, I'm creating this one, okay, with the fill color. Okay, I'm having a fill color, all right. So let's say if I want to go back to my window, all right, pathfinder, and then divide. Just wait, yeah. Why is not working? So that's why I say sometimes Illustrator can go a little bit of nuts. All right. Okay, so okay, right. So it works. Okay. See, sometimes okay, just now we don't know what happened. Okay. So that's why I say okay, sometimes okay, the Illustrator can go a little bit of nut. Okay, so you have to be a little bit of tolerance, okay, with the Illustrator. Okay, sometimes which is we don't have that. Even sometimes I also like I feel like I want to bang this Illustrator. Okay, so okay, all right. So the same thing, okay, see here, all right. the same thing, okay, when you do a divide, okay, so what happened here is, okay, it's creating a straight line. Okay, so let's say if I just ungroup it, all right, so when I separate, okay, it's creating the straight line. Okay, that is because, okay, of the what you call, because of the anchor here. Okay, so over here there's anchor, and as I always tell you all, okay, if let's say there's two anchors, and then of course there will be a straight line will be connected. Okay, so if you don't want to have your straight line, okay, to appear once you make the divide, all right, so what you can do, okay, so once I make it this thing over here, all right, so right after that, okay, what you go to object and expand it. Okay, so you just have to expand, okay, and then all right, we can do the divide. Okay, so let's say over here, okay, so let's say if I just ungroup, okay, either ungroup or you can divide the object. Okay, so let's say, all right, so now you don't have, okay, so okay, so that's the thing. All right, so you need to know, okay, if let's say if you don't have the line, or you don't want to have the line, okay, what are you supposed to do? All right, okay, so all right, so generally you have to go to your object, all right, and then you need to expand it. Okay, so over here, all right, okay, so I'll just change it to as a white color. So let's say, okay, I just want to make it much more smaller, all right, okay, so just bring it over here. Okay, so for example, okay, so let's say if I just bring it this thing, okay, to the, all right, so if I want to create this one as a pattern, okay, so this is what I have to do. All right, so usually, okay, in Illustrator that you all know, okay, yeah, so this one you need to, okay, so for Illustrator that you all know that, okay, if you want to create a pattern, you have to create a new artboard. Okay, you have to create a new artboard, and then you have to save it as a what do you call the okay, the pattern. All right, but here, all right, in Illustrator, all right, so you don't have to do that. Okay, you can just simply, okay, but make sure, all right, there's no any other, okay, additional item here. Okay, so only this item over here. Okay, so you have to go to object, all right, and then pattern. Okay, so you just make it as a make. All right, so the new pattern has been added to the swatches panel. Okay, any changes made in this pattern while editing mode, okay, will be applied to the swatch output exit. All right, so just click on OK. All right, so okay, so all right, so okay, let's see, okay, whether the pattern is applied or not. Okay, the new pattern is already applied. Okay, but then, okay, so the problem here is, okay, so let's say, right, I'll just put this one as a like a half circle. Okay, so just click on, okay, okay, either say for copy, right? Okay, and then you can just click on, all right? Okay, so if let's say, all right, just want to, okay, just wait, yeah. I need to open up. Okay, let me try first. Okay, then I will explain to you. So go back to my appearance. And on top, okay, so let's say I need to create another frame here. Okay. So that's why I say that, okay, applying a pattern, okay, on the Illustrator is totally different. Okay, it's totally a different way. Okay, so let me do one more time for you all. Okay, so let's say, all right, so just assume that, all right, we are not creating this. Okay, so I'll just delete it. Okay, yes. Okay, so we need to apply again. So use your gradient color that you already created earlier, right? So once you're done, okay, so okay, of course, okay, you don't have to lock your grid as for now, okay, I mean your layer, okay, because we want to apply the what you call this pattern, okay. So you all can draw any kind of pattern that you want, okay, like the flowers, all right, or anything, okay, so that you all feel like, let's say you want to create your wallpaper or anything, all right. So like over here, okay, so right, so I already created, okay, this pattern, okay, so it's always okay. Try to group it, okay, so all right, so it's much more easier, okay. So I just select, okay, select this object, okay, go to your object here, all right, pattern, all right, and then click on make. All right, so the new pattern has been added to your swatch panel. Okay, that's fine. You click OK. So you just have to put like, okay, let's say you can just make it okay, half circle or anything that you is a preferable that you want. All right. Okay, so once you're done, okay, so let's say you click on, okay, down here. All right, and you can just come back to your over here the half circle. Okay, so it's already added. Okay, but all right, if you're going to apply, okay, you see, it's everything's changed to a white color. Okay, it's everything is changed to a white color. All right, so this is how you need to apply your what you call the pattern. Okay, so let's say over this one. Okay, so let's say if I can, all right, if I don't want, I can just remove it. Okay, so if you want to apply your pattern, first you have to go to your window, all right, and click on your appearance. Okay, so on your appearance, okay, make sure that, all right, you have to select your, okay, you must select your the artboard here. Okay, you have to select the object here first. Okay, then only you go to your appearance. Okay, so you have to make sure that the field, okay, this field must be selected as the green color. Okay, if it's not, if you are not able to see your the gradient color over here, then most probably you didn't select the object. All right, so make sure you select the object and create a new field. Okay, so you can just simply create here. Okay, add a new field. Okay, so make sure you select the first, okay, the field here, and then you just add on. All right, it will create the additional field. All right, so let's say if I just click over here and I click on the half circle. All right, so that's how, okay, you need to apply your pattern. Okay, so okay, so you want to, okay, you want to reduce the opacity of your pattern. Okay, so you can just simply click on the opacity, all right, and try to, oops, sorry, okay, I'm doing for the stroke, all right, it's supposed to be okay here, all right, opacity, okay. So let's say you want to change your background. Okay, so sometimes you might be thinking, all right, so when I, okay, am I still able to change the background color or not? All right. Okay, so you still can, yes, all right. Go back to your appearance. All right, so over here there's a fill color, right? All right, so you can just simply click on your fill color here. All right, so let's say if you want to have like a, okay, so if you want to have like a gradient or something, all right. So let's say using accelerate. Okay, so that's done. Okay, you want to make this as a radial or something. Okay, so you want to switch over, all right. So all these things, okay. So you can try out as well. Okay, so this one is actually a okay to create a pattern. All right. So as I say, well, it's raining. Seems like it was raining like since yesterday afternoon until now. Hopefully there won't be any flooded. All right. Okay, so okay, you can try out. Okay, so anything that you want. Okay, so even if let's say okay, if you want to create out okay like some kind of a flowers, all right, you can go ahead. All right. So let's say okay, if you don't want okay, you don't want this pattern. All right, you always can go back to your okay appearance. All right, so you can just okay uncheck this, or you can simply click and remove it. Okay, so you can do this okay pattern okay for anything also, like for example okay maybe you know how to draw like a like for example like a dress, okay, like a gown or something, okay, maybe you are like like a fashion designer, all right, or let's say you want to like a designer like a gown, your own gown, okay, with your own pattern, okay, so you can do that as well. All right, of course, okay, let me try and see okay if I can get any kind of gown or not. All right, so just wait for a while. Yeah, just try to get some images. I'm not sure whether this one will work or not. Okay, so I'll just give a try and see. All right, so okay, let me share back my screen. Okay, so I'll just lock this one. Okay, go to file, place. So actually, it's very small. Let's see whether I can trace out this to a okay to a vector or not. All right. So it's going to be let's say black and white. Let's try and see. Okay, like a shade of gray. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's say expand. Undo. Okay, so okay, like a certain part. Okay, which is okay. I hope that you all remember. Okay, how to use your image trace out. Okay, so there'll be certain things. Okay, and then I press Control G. Okay, good. So now it has become as a all right, as a vector. Okay, earlier you see it's like a what you call is just like a normal bitmap. All right. So of course, okay, just in case if you want to change your color, all right. Go to window. Okay, one thing here, just in case, okay, if you want to change to your different colors or something, right? Okay, sometimes, okay, what will happen here is, okay, let's say if I okay, just undo first. All right. So let's say, okay, for example, okay, maybe certain area you want to have a different kind of a color. All right. So what will happen here is, okay, you can see it's become as a gray. Okay. So you always can make sure that you just open up your swatches. Okay, let's say if you apply on the swatches, okay, then it works. Okay, that's a normal thing. Okay, when you are, when you are doing the image trace out. Okay, so when you're doing this image trace out, okay, sometimes when you're using from here, the color will be gray. Okay, so you can just open up your swatches and then you can just apply it. Okay, so let's say, all right, Okay, you can just apply, okay, any kind of colors that you all, require. Okay, otherwise, okay, I can just simply select. Okay, I can make it as a group. Okay, so of course, all right. Okay, so let's say right. Okay, using the stroke. All right. So just okay, okay, if you know how to draw your, like a gown, okay, go ahead. All right. So for sure, all right. Okay, so I'm just taking this one from the image. All right, and then I just convert it into a, all right, to a vector. Okay, so right. Okay, so now let's say, okay, if I just want to apply, okay, so a little bit of like, like a normal kind of a pattern over here. All right. So the same thing. Okay, so make sure, all right, you select the object. Okay, you must select the object. Okay, same thing. Okay, where we go to the appearance. All right. Okay, so all right. So okay, so I just undo first. Okay, otherwise, okay, it's not seeing the pattern here. Okay, so okay, so let's say, okay, I'm creating a new, all right. So over here, all right. So let's say if I just click any of the pattern, all right. So okay, so you can just try out, okay, so any kind of pattern that you want. Okay, of course, all right. It all depends on your the image complexity. Okay, if I select all, okay, so I'm not able to, all right, okay, I'm not able to create a new file, new field. Okay, but if I just select, like a certain area, okay, then I, okay, see over here also I can't. All right, so if I just select from here, okay, like certain area, then yes. Okay, so I have to make sure that, all right, I should not group it. Okay, so again, okay, it all depends, okay, on the type of the gown that you draw. Okay, if you know how to draw, then it's okay, fine. Okay, you can use your pen tool, all right, and then try to trace out yourself as well. Okay, so okay, like for example, okay, let's say, all right, you want to add on some of your pattern or something, then maybe you're creating a flower, all right. So let's say I'm using as a white color. Oops. It's good enough. Okay, so using my Pathfinder, and then okay, divide. Okay, so make sure you have done good. Okay, delete. Okay, so I have this one over here, right? And then okay, so maybe I'll just just use a kind of random color. Okay, so okay, so again my rotate tool. Okay, use my rotate tool and then alternate. Okay, don't forget this. Okay, so bring it to the center. All right, and then let go. Okay, so over here, because I say if I just want to make it as a 90. All right, so let's say preview. Okay, so copy. Okay, Control D. Okay, so I just want to do it this way. Okay, so all right, and then the center one here. Okay, just bring it to the top. All right. Okay, and as usual, okay, make it this one as a smaller size. Okay, so maybe okay, this one like a smaller, all right, and then I just copy another one. Okay, so another one will be a bigger little bit. Okay, but it's much more better. Okay, we do big. Okay, and then over here, smaller. Right. So it's just like a random thing. Okay, so you can just do yourself. So all right. So once you're done, go to your object. All right. Look for the okay pattern. Okay, look for the pattern and then click on. All right. So this one you can just simply click OK. All right, and then click on done. All right. So once you're done, okay, so you can see your pattern is here already. Okay, so if you want to apply your pattern, okay, on the gown, all right, so you can just simply select. Okay, so of course, okay, this gown is a bit, it didn't works well, so you need to like when you do the tracing out. Okay, so you have to spend some time. Okay, and then play around. Okay, so I just select any some of the portion here, go to Windows. All right, appearance. Okay, so let's say, all right, so So I'm just creating a new field on top. All right, and then let's say try to apply the flower. Okay, so it will just apply the flower that which area that you want apply. Okay, so actually, yeah, okay, so Illustrator is quite interesting too. Okay, but the thing is, as I said, all right, you can't just focus okay on a certain things. Okay, all right, so you need to know okay what are all these tools is doing. Okay, then only you can you can just think something. Okay, how you're going to design okay for the next. All right, okay, so it's 10:30 now. Okay, so take a break. All right, so all right, so we will see you back at 10:45. Okay, so once you join back at 10:45. Okay, there's one more thing which is I need to show to you all. Okay, the okay, how you're going to create your customized brush. Okay, it's a very simple one. All right, and right after that, okay, so we will start with the how you're going to create your folder design. Okay, and also like the packaging. All right, so most probably I think okay, see how long it goes. So and then after lunch, then we are going to start with a little bit on the Photoshop. All right, okay, so take a break and I will see you back at 10:45. Okay, I need to go and take a Panadol. All right. All right. Okay. So welcome back. Okay. So it's 10:45. All right. Okay. So sorry because okay. As I said, okay, not really feeling very well. Okay. So all right. Hopefully I can sustain until right until 5 o'clock. All right. Okay, so okay, what we are seeing earlier, all right. So it's generally, okay, how you're going to use your perspective, all right. Great, okay. So as I said, all right, all these things, okay. I can just give you like one or two example, all right. You can there's a lot of plenty of example that you all can try out, all right. How you're going to create a pattern, all right. So you can see the two different way how you create a patterns using the Photoshop and also the Illustrator, all right. So again, all right, um, each every one of you here, okay, might have a different, kind of creative, okay, creativity. So you all can just try out, okay. So the next thing, okay, what we are going to see now is, all right, how you're going to create a folder design, okay. So once we complete the folder design, all right, and then okay, we are move on to the kind of like a box design, okay, like packaging, all right. Okay, okay, why I'm mentioning this is because, all right, some of you might be, in the future might have like some plan, okay, come want to do your own, like a printing company, okay, like maybe you want to provide the services like the brochures, name card, all right. And then part of that, okay, like a folder design, okay. So the folder designs, okay, is still okay. I would say, yeah, all right. It's still okay. The only thing is, okay, it all depends, all right. Sometimes, okay, people already like, they just go and get the customized kind of the folder design, okay, which is like, like you just go back to your printing company, and then all right, so whichever the what do you call the design they already have, okay, so they just try to manipulate a little bit here and then they're adding the company logos, all right, and then they will print out. Okay, so all right, you can okay, so you can design, all right. So let's say if you manage to get any of the client, all right, so you can just try out giving them like a customized kind of a design, okay, instead of like going to the printing shop, all right. Like usually most of the printing shop, okay, the design is already like it's already like a fix, okay, there's no any unique, okay. So if let's say like today, all right, if I go and buy their folders, all right, the next day maybe someone, okay, they're using the same pattern, okay. So the uniqueness, okay, won't be there, okay, only the different is the logo, all right. So you can just, all right, come up with your own design as well, okay. But then design is one thing, all right. Design is one thing, okay. But how you going to do the setup? Okay, similar way, all right. Like you all, like you did for the brochure, all right. So like creating a design. So usually it won't be any issues, all right, because you're using the pen tool, okay, like a pathfinder, okay. But creating the template, all right. And then you all know, okay, usually the folders, all right, we have like a different type of folders, all right. Okay, of course, there's a lot of like different type of folders. Okay, but I'll just share with you like a very basic. All right. From there, all right, you can just try to pick up. Okay, because first you need to know. All right, what are the okay, the basic step that you all need to know. All right. So like over here that you are seeing on my screen. Okay. So that is what you call like a front and also all right, and also at the back. All right. So how you're going to prepare this kind of a folders. Okay, of course, all right. At the bottom, all right, you want to make it like a curve, all right, or sometimes, okay, people might have a the pocket, all right. Usually we call this one as a pocket, all right. So it's up to you, okay, whether you want to design a pocket at the bottom, all right, and of course once you print out, okay, so you need to like you have to glue it, all right. So or maybe okay, you want to create your pocket, okay, maybe somewhere like on the what you call the left and right, okay. So it's up to you, okay, how you want to design it, all right. Okay, so now, all right, okay, so I'll just share with you, okay, the basic, okay, the dimension, okay, that you all need to know, all right. And then okay, later, all right, you can just okay, see what kind of design that you all can apply. Okay, so the thing here is, okay, so when you're going to design a folder, all right, the first thing is, okay, you need to know whether the document size, okay, the document size is very important. Same goes to your the packaging box, all right, because the packaging box will become with a different size, okay. If let's say, as I said earlier, if you are, let's say if you are selling a perfume, all right, So if you're selling a perfume, all right, so maybe you want to come up with your own box, all right. So when you're coming out with your own box, okay, so your box size, okay, has to accommodate the bottle size. Okay, it should not be too small. At the same time, should not be too big as well. Okay, same goes to the cake. Okay, maybe some of you doing the cake. All right. So okay, so sometimes, okay, we used to go outside, okay, like like some other shop, and we buy the normal box wrapper. Okay, so sometimes you want to do something like in a professional way. All right. So instead of like buying a normal common types of box, okay, a common box, you want to come up with your own design. Okay, so this is something like to boost up your your selling. Okay, your selling as well. So everything, okay, it all depends on the dimension. All right. So okay, so it's not something like a static, or like like a like a just normal like a fixed kind of a dimension. Okay, so everything is customized. Okay, so of course you can just prepare like a few, like a template. Okay, like for example, okay, like some people, okay, they want a folder with A4 size. Okay, so you all know, okay, the letter size and A4 size, okay, the dimension of that paper is different. Okay, so you also have to based on that, then you should know, okay, so what are the dimension that you want to do. Okay, so now maybe I'll just share with you, all right, like a normal like A4 size. All right. Okay, so I'm just going to close it this. All right. So create a new one. Okay, so I'm just creating a new. So over here, okay, so you just need to do some calculation. All right. Okay, so what's mean by the calculation? Okay, like okay, let me share the. All right. So I don't have the. Okay, I'm gonna have the whiteboard here. All right. Okay, so if I have a whiteboard, then most probably, okay, I can just show you. All right. Okay, so my okay, just create a new. All right. Okay, so for this, all right. So what I'm going to do is, okay, of course, okay, we are going to use this one for the printing. Okay, so we are going to use this one for the printing. Okay, so I'm changing mine, okay, to the Okay, so millimeters. All right. Okay, so the preset details. Okay, I can just put as a folder design. All right. Okay, there are a few dimensions, okay, there whereby you need to take a look. All right, so first, all right, you need to prepare, okay, you need to prepare the artboard size. Okay, you need to prepare the artboard size. Okay, so your artboard size has to be accommodate, okay, the folder. Okay, so all right, so let's say, okay, so I'm going to use this one as, let's say, plus minus. Okay, and just make it this one as a, okay, 600. Okay, 600 mm. All right, and then the height, okay, so let's say 230. Okay, 230. Yeah, make it this one as a 300. Should not be 300. Okay, just wait there. All right, so yeah, just make it as a 500 mm. Okay, so the width, okay, is a 600 mm. Okay, and then the height, okay, I'll just make it as a 500. Okay, so of course, all right, you have a two on board. Okay, so set your blade. Okay, so this is very important. All right. Okay, so let's say, okay, I'm just making this one as a 5 mm. Okay, so everything is a 5 mm. All right, CMYK, and also a height. Okay, 300 ppi. Okay, so all right, so we are just creating something like customized here. All right, and then the orientation is very important here. Okay, it has to be a landscape. Okay, it has to be a landscape mode. All right, so let's see if I just click on create. Okay, so this is how, okay, so as for now, all right, I just want to turn off, okay, some of the area. Okay, so I'm not going to use it. All right. Okay, so as we all know, okay, so you need to create, okay, one is actually is on the okay, on the front. Okay, so usually on the front cover and also the inside. Okay, so usually on the inside it's up to us. Okay, sometimes we just leave it as blank. All right, but it all depends on your your design as well. Okay, so most of the time your design will be on the on the front. Okay, so this is the front, and this is the other back. All right. Okay, but front and back, okay, both also should be on the same, okay, the skeleton, okay, the skeleton that you're going to prepare, okay, it has to be the same, okay, like exactly like how you all did for the brochure design, okay. So, okay, so first, all right, let's be, okay, I'm not going to use anything like, okay, like a background colors, okay, so just using all the stroke, okay, so we need to do some, some configuration here. All right. So let's say, okay. So using my rectangle tool. Okay. Yeah. Before that. Okay. So let's say I'm just using as a white color. Okay. So just using as a white color. Okay. So can make it as 100% to see whether is everything is on the. So, all right. Yeah. So over here. So just drag it. Yeah. All right. So make it this one as a 50%. Right. So the same thing. Okay. So what I do, I just go to edit, copy. Okay. And then go back here. All right. So selecting my second artboard. Okay. Edit and paste in place. All right. So all right. So I'm not going to use a color. So I'm just closing the tab. All right. So then okay. So you can see okay as a full. All right. So this is the front and this is the back. Okay. And then all right, we need to split into two. All right. So why we need to split into two? Because as you know that a folder. Okay. So you need to. All right. Okay. So usually okay. So like a just like one. Okay. But then okay you have to split it into two, and then you need to fold it. All right. So okay, go to as usual. Go to object path. All right. And then okay split into two. All right. So column okay has only two. Okay, add flights and preview. Okay, so this is on the center part. Okay, so just click on. Okay. All right. So same thing goes to here as well. Go to object, path. All right, and then split into grid. Make it as two. All right, add guides and preview. All right. Okay, so the next thing is all right. Okay, so you have to make sure, yeah, all right, you don't simply, all right, design, okay, or create a skeleton, okay, because the artboard that you are using, all right, maybe, it's much more bigger than the folder size, okay. So you have to make sure that you do the accurate sizing, okay. So if let's say, all right, if you are using the A4 size, okay, so let's say, okay, you can just try to click on new, all right, and okay, go to print. Okay, A4 size. Okay, let's say if I'm changing this to a mm. All right, so it is actually 210 by 297. Okay, but you should not exactly create 210 by 297. Okay, do not create exactly with this dimension. Okay, of course. Okay, later you want to put the paper. Okay, it will be stuck. Okay, because the cover and also the paper is all in the same size. Okay, of course it can go in, but then it's like a num. All right, so you all should give like some spaces. Okay, when you're going to put your when you're going to when you're going to put some like A4 size paper. All right. So you all know, all right, the A4 size is at 210 mm by height is 297. Okay. So if let's say, all right, then we can just try to mark up a little bit. All right. So what we can do here is, all right, so we can create, okay. One more thing here. What you are seeing here now is, okay, we are just everything putting on the Illustrator, all right. Okay, because I have I have a draft on my table here. Okay, so I just follow the draft. Okay, so usually, all right. So what you all need to do is, okay, as I said earlier, okay, do not straight away go inside Illustrator and then do it. Okay, like okay, so make sure you need to draft it on a piece of paper. Okay, that's always important things. Okay, even you're creating a logo or for t-shirt logo and everything. All right, first, all right, you need to draft it on the piece of paper. Okay, then only, okay, you can just bring it to your Illustrator. Okay, you need to digitize. Okay, use your higher resolution scanner. All right, if you want to use your mobile phone, you still can. All right, but higher resolution scanner sometimes, okay, you can easily can create a better outline. Okay, so that's why I say. All right, so I'm not going to use colors. All right, and everything is going to be a black. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's we do some okay some what we call, all right. So just now we see, right? Okay, it's about 210 mm. Okay, the width, all right, of the A4 size is 210 mm. Okay, the height is 297. All right. Okay, so remember, okay, so when you creating this artboard, okay, you also need to create, okay, because you will also have like a pocket. All right, you see here the pocket. Okay, when you design in Illustrator, okay, we should not flip the pocket. All right, okay, it's something like a okay, everything is like a creating as outline. Okay, so okay, I will share with you how it is doing. All right, so first, okay, I'm just using the rectangle tool. Okay, so since okay, like it's a 210, so instead of 210, so I make it as a 230. Okay, I just make it as a 230. All right, okay, and then okay, I have a height. Okay, so you see, okay, this height, all right, all right, so it has to be a okay, that's okay, it has to be size, okay, more than A4 size. All right, it has to be more than A4 size. Okay, at the same time, okay, so we also need to okay, have to count for the pocket. Okay, so how big the pocket size. All right, okay, so first, all right, so let's we do for the all right, for the folder first. Okay, so for this, okay, so what I'll do is, okay, I'll make it as 320 mm. Okay, so the size of the the A4 size, okay, is a 210 by 297. Okay, so over here, so we just mark up a little bit, so make it as 230 by 320. Okay, so I just click on OK. All right, okay, and then you can, okay, so first, all right, you always can go back to your layer and then okay, just lock it. Okay, all right, so we don't want to create over here. All right, so I just want to copy. Okay, so lock the okay, these two layers. Okay, you have like two artboard. All right, so let's say okay, first artboard and second artboard. Okay, so create a okay, it's better to create a new, yeah, all right, and then okay, so I just paste it over here. So just put it on top here. Okay, make it as 50%. Right. Okay, so all right, okay, why I just put exactly on the okay on this divide. All right, so because we know that okay, so this is the front. Okay, so we need to have a copy another one here. All right, so okay, I just make it. Right, so it has to be side by side. Okay, so okay, I said, okay, so when you are trying to open up this, okay, then of course, all right, okay, so the dimension, okay, from here to here, okay, so each, all right, is 230, 230. So altogether it should be a 460. Okay, so from here to here is 460, but it's up to you. Okay, that's why I say if you prepare this okay on the piece of paper and then when you put the dimension, all right, so instead of like you create like like this two, all right, so instead that you can prepare as one. Okay, just prepare as one, like one big rectangle. Okay, that is a 460 by the height is 320. Okay, so you can use that and then you can split into two. All right, okay, so all right, so since okay we are not we don't have any draft, okay, or so, all right, so it's like the initial setup. All right, so we are just using this method. So when you are move on, all right, let's say when you keep on try and try, okay, then you know better idea, okay, or better way of all right to create this dimension. All right, okay, so the next thing is, okay, so we need to, okay, so what I'll do is, okay, I'm just using this one as a 10 mm by, let's say 10 mm. Okay, so still let's see, okay, if I get as 100% and see whether, right? So all right, so if let's say, okay, it's up to you whether if you feel like a 10 mm, all right, so I can just click on the transfer panel here, all right, so it's everyone is a 10 mm, okay, so height, okay, so I just change to 320 mm, all right, okay, so all right, so everything okay, you just have to make sure that, all right, you just have to prepare all these things first, okay, so then only, all right, so you can move on to the next, okay, so why we creating this, okay, so everyone knows, all right, okay, because when you're going to stick, okay, of course, okay, once you already print out and then once you've done the cutoff, all right, so all these things, okay, where you have to glue it, all right, okay, so let's say, okay, I'm making this one as a 70%, all right, okay, so we have to copy this, all right, okay, the same thing, all right, we have to, all right, and always remember, okay, you also can, all right, so of course, okay, you can have like a, like a ruler, okay, so like a show rulers, okay, so whereby, okay, so this ruler, okay, so always can help you out, okay, so for instance, all right, so you can just bring it over here, all right, so just drag and then bring it here, okay, so at least that you all know, all right, okay, so another one, okay, on top here, all right, so one, okay, so if you feel like, okay, you needed to have a, like this what do you call this ruler, okay, so rulers always can help you all, okay, to, to make sure that your line and everything, okay, is like in the same order, all right, okay, so if you don't want, okay, so of course you can just go back to your view, all right, and then a ruler, okay, so let's say your height ruler, okay, but when you height ruler, if you can see it, all right, it's still okay, these lines appear, okay, so it is not like something like like Photoshop, all right, like Photoshop when you click and drag, it's just gone, all right, but here in Illustrator, okay, you need to select and delete, okay, select and delete, okay, select and delete, okay, this one, okay, if you feel like, okay, if you don't want to use the ruler, all right, okay, so the next thing is, okay, same thing, all right, so we have a, okay, over here we have a 460, okay, we have 460, so same thing, all right, so I'm going to use a, okay, so I'm going to use, all right, okay, so let's say, all right, okay, the height written as 10 mm, okay, because we need to make sure that everything is standard, all right, okay, but the width, okay, should be, okay, 460 mm, all right, okay, so you need to make sure, all right, all right, okay, and then, okay, so one thing that you all need to know, all right, so sometimes, okay, you need to create a dotted line, okay, so the dotted line, okay, so it just is in case, all right, if let's say, all right, okay, so I'm just creating a straight line, okay, so from here, right, so up to Okay, so how I'm going to create a dotted line. Okay, so you see here, once you already have this straight line. Okay, so you don't have the divider anymore. Okay, so you can just okay, you can go back to your layer. All right, just go back to your layer. Okay, because your layer is locked. Okay, so you can just simply select your divider. Okay, so just remove your divider. Okay, so we don't have that. Okay, the earlier stage, yes, okay, we have a divider. Okay, so that okay, we know that, all right, it's half half. All right, so now we already have the okay, the basic skeleton. All right, so that's the reason why okay, we don't require to have the okay, the divider. Okay, so then close it. Okay, so over here, all right, so let's say if you want to have like a dotted line, all right, so you can just simply go to your stroke. So you can make it this one as a 2 point. Okay, if you want to make it more thicker, all right, and then okay, go to your stroke, all right, and then okay, look for your okay, the dash line. Okay, so you can just uncheck, okay, check this, all right, and then close it. All right, so you'll be having like a dotted line here. Okay, make it 100%. All right. This way, yeah. Okay, so okay, so you see the dotted line which is created, okay, is just halfway here. Okay, so just hold your shift. All right, you need to hold your shift and then okay, so just drag it. Okay, you see, okay, it will just follow your path. Okay, and then just let go. All right, so this dotted line, okay, is to indicate, all right, okay, so that okay, you just need to flip it. Okay, so of course, okay, over here, all right, you need to cut. All right, that's the basic things. Okay, over here you need to cut. All right, but not inside here. Yeah, okay, so all right, okay, so over here because you are flipping. Okay, so of course, okay, once you flip, all right, over on the center here, okay, so you need to cut it out. All right, if you don't cut, that's it. Okay, so you cannot, okay, you can't do it. All right. Okay, so all right. Okay, so you're done for the top one. Okay, the basic structure. All right, and then okay for the pocket. All right. Okay, for the pocket. So usually okay, it's all up to you. Okay, what kind of dimension that you all want to have it. All right, because sometimes okay, you want to have like some folders. Okay, so the pocket looks a bit more longer. All right, so it all depends. Okay, so usually that size, okay, we don't have any kind of a standard size. Okay, but make sure do not make it like a too small. All right, okay, so like for example, okay, so let's say okay for the pocket. All right, so most probably okay, I'm going to use maybe a 75 mm. Okay, so let's see. All right, okay, so should be 230, all right, by 75 mm. Okay, so I'll just simply use my rectangle tool. Okay, so we know that, okay, so 230, all right, and then the height, okay, let's say I make it as a 75 mm. All right, so right, see, yeah, when you are using the correct dimension, then of course, okay, everything will be in order. If you don't create a proper dimension, then that's it. Okay, so let's say, all right, okay, so over here, all right, I just want to go back to the stroke and I don't want to use a dash. Okay, so just a normal. Okay, so if you want to make it like okay, so usually, all right, this is how okay people will do. All right, so if let's say okay, so I can use my So let's say if I just remove this, okay. Um, let me try use my scissor. Okay, so okay, let's see if I can remove this. All right. Okay, so again, all right. So let me show it to you again. All right. Okay, so it all depends. Okay, because sometimes okay people want to have something like a okay they want something like like a curve. Okay, let me just undo that. Okay, so go back to stroke. Okay, so let's say close it. Okay, sometimes okay you all can create something like a like this kind of shape. Okay, so it's up to you. All right, how you want to create your the folder design. Okay, so if let's say all right if you want to have like a curve, all right, so you can just copy this. All right, you can just copy and then right and then you can just do it. Okay, so this will be one method. All right, if you want to make it okay your pocket okay like a curve. All right, so if let's say if you don't want to have like a curve, all right, so sometimes okay you will just want to have like a straight line. Okay, like like sometimes you can see okay the pocket okay it's a bit sliding. All right, so you can use some okay method. Okay, it's very normal method. Okay, you can just draw like a square. All right. Okay, so make sure okay it's 1 point. Right, and then okay we can use our straight line. Okay, so using a straight line segment. Okay, so and then it's up to you. Okay, so once we're done we can just remove this. All right, but of course you can see okay there's a line here. All right, so use your scissor. Okay, so you can just start. Okay, okay, so now okay let's see if I try to remove. Okay. Okay, that's all right. So this is to make sure that all right, so everything is in the same line. Okay, so maybe I can just make it as 2. All right. Okay. So make sure, all right, you can just select both and repeat. Okay, so we can do the same thing. All right, so just copy this. Okay, so either you can just copy or you can go to object, transfer. All right, so let's say, okay, so we have okay, so transfer each. Okay, so let's say, all right, okay, so I just put as a reflex X, all right, and then click on preview. Okay, so I just want to do another reflex. Okay, and then I make it as a copy. Right, so make it as 100%. All right, and make sure. Okay, so everything is in the same order. Okay. All right. Okay, so okay, so this is your very basic way of doing your folder design. Okay, so you just need to copy this. All right, you just need to copy this. All right, and then make sure okay your layer 1 is already okay it's already like locked. Okay, so let's say 40. Just select okay, edit, copy, and then just go back here. Okay, and then edit. Okay, paste it, paste. All right, so same thing. All right, so Okay, so you can just leave it. Okay, if you don't want a divider, okay, you can just take it out. Okay, so as you all know, okay, so this is the front. Okay, so this is the front end, that is a back. All right. So how are you going to know whether that which one is a front and back? Okay, of course. All right. Okay, so uh, okay, so when you're at the back, all right, so this actually at the behind, okay, sometimes you're behind cover, all right, so don't confuse, okay, like when I say like a front and back, all right, so like when you open up your folder, right, okay, so anything that you want to keep inside, okay, it should be this area, okay, but when you close it, all right, so on your, the left and right, okay, you got some design, okay, so okay, so do your design also, okay, it's very important, okay, because you need to know, okay, so where you need to put your logo, all right, okay, so because you see here, all right, if you put your logo over here, so when you flip, okay, so let's say once you already like once you like flip it, so the logo might be appear somewhere, okay, maybe on this side, okay, so that is why, okay, so always, okay, we have to tell, all right, so before you do it on directly on the Illustrator, okay, so take it like a Manila card or something. Okay, so like during our school time, okay, so we used to do using a Manila card, right? Okay, the folder, all right. So you can just use the Manila card, all right, and then okay, so just mark it, all right. So at least, all right, before you're going to start over in your Illustrator, okay, so it's much more easier for you. All right. Okay, so if you once you're done, all right, so of course, okay, let's say, all right, just in case, okay, if you want to apply your designs or anything, okay, or you want to apply your company logos, all right, okay, so let's say, okay, so okay, so I'll just share with you a simple method, okay, that that you all can use, okay, when you want to design a brochures or something, okay. So let's say, okay, I make it this one as a 60%, okay, so okay, so let's say, all right, if you want to have a color, all right, so okay, for example, okay, let's say, all right, I'm just taking this one as a maybe a green color. Okay, I don't have any specific color in my mind. Okay, but always remember, okay, always you have to remember this. When you start over, all right, make sure you already have your color palette. Okay, the swatches of what color that you want to choose. All right, it's not that all right. If let's say, all right, okay, if let's say if you are not so sure, okay, what color that you want to choose at the moment, all right, but what you all can do is, okay, you can just create something like in a gray format. Okay, so your colors, all right, you can just edit something like a gray. Okay, so maybe like over here, maybe like a lighter gray or darker gray. Okay, so just to differentiate a few areas. Okay, so once you already have your mind, okay, what color that you want to put, okay, then in that case, all right, you can change your color. Okay, so now, okay, so generally, okay, as I said, I don't have any specific colors. All right, okay, so all right, so I'm just using something like a green color. Okay, all right, green is not my favorite. Okay, okay, so I will use the same one. Okay, here. All right. So again, okay, as I say, all right, it's all up to you. Okay, what color that you want to add on. Okay, so okay, I will start with something. Okay, so okay. If you want to draw, okay, the circle, again, remember this, okay, if you are holding your shape, okay, so of course, holding the shape, it will lock your ratio, okay, but it won't draw on the center, okay, so it's up to you, okay, if you like a drawing on the center is not like something like a, it's not bothering you, all right, you can just hold it your shape and then you can just draw it, okay, but if you want to draw something from the center, okay, let's say for example, okay, you want to draw from the center from here, that case, all right, you have to hold your, okay, shift and alternate, all right, so we can just draw from the center. Okay, so let's say, all right, you want to draw up to here, more, So maybe like just want to make it something like up to, maybe that's up to here. So just make it all right up to here first. All right, so if you see here, okay, so what I did here is, all right, I'm just creating a circle. Okay, make it as 50, so that, all right, so it's just want to, like a half of it from here, okay? So I just want to have a, okay, like this big, all right? Okay, so once I'm done, okay, so I'm using my pen tool, okay, so let's say, all right, I'm just using, okay, so curve, right? Okay, so okay, of course it's not that perfect, all right, so you can use your handler, all right? Okay, so just like getting a curve here, all right? Okay, so all right. So as I said, all right, it's all up to you, okay, how you want to create it, okay? So we're going to have another one, okay, so another one, okay, so maybe I'll start from here. So if you want to take it out your anchor, so you just simply alternate and click on the center here. Because sometimes, okay, you might not able to get a proper curve, okay? So even this one is still considered is not that. Okay, so this is what I want. So so just draw it, all right? And just try to make it more curved. Still not good. Okay, so that's why sometimes you need to play around a few times, okay? But I'm not going to concentrate too much over here. Right, so okay. Certain things may take a little bit of time. Okay, so just get a curve, all right? So it must be done, all right, for this. Okay, and then this one we'll have another, all right? So everything you have to plan for it first. Okay, then Okay, so if you want to know, all right, it's just like okay, if you want to apply your colors or anything over here, all right. So this is what you all can do. Okay, so you can use your okay the shape builder tool. All right. Okay, so but of course, all right, you all need to very careful. Okay, because all right. All right, so you need to give a try first. Okay, so let's say, all right, I'm just using the rectangle tool. Okay, make it as a white. Okay, so there's no stroke color. All right, so I just want to try and see okay whether it works or not. Okay, and then I just want to make it this one at the back. Okay, let me try first. All right, if this works, then this works. Okay, just wait here. Sometimes, okay, okay. So again, yeah, all right. So what I did here is, okay, so these are normal things, okay. So what I did is, okay, once you already draw, okay. So you see, you can just draw any kind of abstract that you all feel comfortable, okay. So okay, like like just normal curve, okay. So of course, you all done by using the pen tool, okay, or like a circle, okay. So if you want to draw like a hub, okay, because over here, so maybe you want to add some kind of like maybe a clipping mask, all right. So this area, okay. So over here, maybe you want to have a different color, okay. So right, so you can just create a rectangle tool, okay. So you can just, all right, so just cover it, okay. So just cover maybe up to here, all right. Okay, so why is cover up to here? Okay, because and the rest is a pocket, okay. So we don't bother much, all right. Okay, so we need to make it, okay. Okay, the white box that you have created, okay, you need to bring it at the back of this abstract, okay. So once you're done, all right. So what you can do is, okay, you can just simply select all the object, okay, only the, okay, the object with the, okay, the abstract that you have created, okay. So let's say, all right, so I can use my shape builder tool, all right. So I can use my shape builder tool. So assume that, okay, see, okay, over here you want to use a different color, okay. So I can use my shape builder tool, okay. Let's say I'm changing to, all right, like a green, okay. If the green is over here is not working, so I just randomly choose a color. Just wait, yeah. It's not coming up. sometime it will happen. Just wait for a while. Okay, so okay. So that's why sometimes we have to be very careful, okay, especially okay, because if it's still showing as a white or black, all right. So when you try to change the color, it's not working. So sometimes we will stuck in between, all right. I really don't have any answer with that also. Okay, I also be sometimes will be stuck in between. So I have to do like a few times, all right. So let's say, all right, you want to create like a, you know, like a, okay, like green color here, okay. So select from here, okay, let's say I'm just selecting a green. Right? So you need to, okay, if you want to add a color, all right. So you see here, uh, adding a color, okay, last time you all were using a solid and also like gradient, okay. So this is one of the way, okay, let's say it, all right. Of course, the shape builder, you can merge this, you can merge or you can remove certain part, all right. But at the same time, okay, so you also can, all right, use the shape builder, all right, over here, all right. So you can just add, okay, let's say you want to add like some of the colors, all right, you can just add it over here and make sure, okay, you need to hold your shape, all right, holding a shape when you click, okay, it will apply your color, okay. So like over here, right, okay. So yeah, so let's see, all right, if I, okay, just for a while, maybe I need to check a little bit on here. Let me undo that first. Okay, so this one we did earlier. So let's say, okay, I try to, okay, I just try to create a white box here. Okay, so bring it inside the back. So let's say, all right. Because we made one mistake here, okay. So you see here, when so when you're creating a folder, all right. So when you're creating a folder, so make sure, all right, because what you're creating is a skeleton. Okay, we haven't done on the design part, all right. So of course, okay, okay, so you have created your what do you call this okay, so all the what you call the part and everything, all right. So but then okay, so these are the line and everything, okay, the okay, all right, so everything is we are mixed up with one what you call layer, all right. So try to avoid that, okay. So now okay, we are facing a problem, all right, because it's everything into one, like into one layer. So when we try to, when I try to create a, okay, so even let's say when you try to merge the, okay, so even if I want to try to merge all these things, okay, so what happening here now is, okay, the this white color background, okay, the colors that we, I mean, okay, the one that we draw earlier, okay, is also okay selected, all right. So always, okay, see, we already been like mixed up here already, okay, so which is we shouldn't do that, all right. So it's my mistake also, all right, because I should create into a different folder. Okay, especially the, all right. So let's try and see. Okay, I just want to remove certain part. Okay, sure. Okay, see everything is like merged up. Okay, so let me undo that. All right, so it shouldn't be this way. So I'm creating a folders. All right, it's not like a brochures. Okay, brochures at least. All right. So if any mistake, we can just undo that. All right, but not for the folder, because folders usually you need to make sure. All right, you have to create your the skeleton everything. All right, so let's say okay, okay, I'm just not going to add the colors now. Okay, so just undo back, not adding a color. All right, so let's say all right, over here. Okay, so this is a skeleton. Okay, so let's say if I just know I just locked it. All right, and then okay, just creating a new layer. Okay, so maybe over here, all right, you can just add back okay whatever the design that you know that you are planning to do. All right, so let's say over here. So if you feel like, all right, just in case, all right, if you don't want to use that method, all right, so you always can, like adding, okay, the colors that you want, okay, if you want to, all right, and then let's say, all right, okay, so you can draw a line, okay, assume that, all right, okay, so it's up to here, all right, just one. Okay, so go to object, all right, path, okay, and then divide object below. Okay, so you can use this method as well also. All right, so let's say oops, okay, okay, because the line is not all right. Okay, undo back. Okay, make sure when you draw a line, okay, it's supposed to be okay, so just select this, go to object, path, all right, and then divide object below. Okay, so you can just do this way. Okay, go to object, path, okay, and then divide object below. Okay, so right, so of course, okay, so if you can see here, all right, we need to do a few more cleanups. Okay, so you can use over here, all right, as this benchmark. Okay, so just select, okay, over here, go to object, okay, path, all right, and then do my object. Okay, all right. Okay, so again over here, we go to object, path, all right, and then divide. Okay, so all right, so you know that. Okay, so over here, all right. So we also need to do some cleanup at this part here as well. All right. So okay, that's why I said okay. It all depends. Okay, what kind of the technique that you all use. Okay, so okay, so let's say if I just bring it over here. All right. So right. So go to object, part again. All right. So let's say divide object below. Okay. So and if you want to add kind of colors or anything, okay, like just now we are creating some kind of abstract, all right? So you can just go ahead, all right? So let's say, okay, the only thing is, okay, because the folder is quite big, all right? So you need to make sure, all right, that you need to enlarge your artboard, okay, like using a magnifying glass, all right? Okay, so now let's say, all right, using the pen tool, have to make sure it's more smaller, all right? And then just play. So you can just play around, okay, okay, so any kind of design is one, okay, so again, all right, if let's say, just now we tried to use the, okay, like this one, like what do you call the shape builder, right? Okay, so let's try and see, okay, whether it works okay now, all right, because earlier, everything we mixed up together with the, what do you call, okay, with this skeleton, okay, so it's actually mixed up and then it didn't work well. Okay, so let's say, all right, we can just try it over here. Okay, so make it as a white color. All right, and merge through. Okay, so let's say when you scan, okay, so make sure, okay, we have to bring it this one at the back. All right, so let's say if I just select this, okay, so now maybe okay, so let's try and see, okay, whether it works or not. Okay, so let's say this, right? Okay. Okay, so now you see, all right. So that's why I said, all right. Okay, of course, okay, I'm not doing a proper design over here, all right, but I just show you the way. Okay, so again, all right, so when you're going to create a folder, all right, the folder structure, okay, not only for the folder and also for the gift box or something. Okay, later I'll just show you, okay, how you can prepare the gift box. All right, okay, so make sure, okay, you need to have a few layers. Okay, the first layers, all right, of course you need to have like a background here, okay, which is you have set up your the blade and everything. Okay, so that is on your first layer. All right, so your second layer, all right, you need to prepare your artwork. Okay, so that is your what you call the folder skeleton. Okay, so what kind of design you want to apply? Okay, so there's a, all right, so you all can do it in a draft paper. All right, so once you bring it on over here, so at least you got some idea. All right, so if you want to apply some design, okay, so obviously, all right, you need to you know, um, you either can use your pen tool, okay, to draw, and then use your what do you call the shape builder, all right, to apply some colors. All right, okay, so not only okay, if you just in case, all right, see, even if I remove, okay, the skeleton, okay, it's always be there. Okay, so let's say, all right, if I'm just using a ellipse tool. Okay. Okay, so let's say, all right, if I'm just using the same color here, okay, and then assume that, okay, you want to add some images. Okay, so obviously, and the first thing is, all right, you need to do some cleanup. Okay, make it as a 40 because the screen size is quite big. Okay, so as usual, all right, that's a white. So let's see, all right, whether it works now or not. Okay, so all right, one. So let's see the object part. So we'll do that. Okay, so if I just want to remove this, okay. So then I have another one. Okay, so just draw a straight line. With the object part. Let's say do like that below. Okay. And then the bottom. Okay, so the object. Okay, part. Let's say right here. Okay, so let's say once you're done, okay, assume that, okay, so you need to add some images over here, all right. So let's say, okay, just can go to Pixabay. So let's say just search for company or something. So you can just see, okay, what are the proper images, okay, that you all can add on. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so maybe you might have like some kind of like a team members or what, right? So exactly, all right. So try to use the higher resolution one. Okay, so I'm not sure whether this 1920 is okay or not. So let's see download. Okay, so just go to file, place. All right, so download. Okay, so just bring in this image, okay, at the back. All right, so okay, so of course, okay, we may need to crop some images, okay, but doesn't matter. Okay, so you all can use that. Okay, you know already how to use the Photoshop. All right, so right click and then make a click. All right, so then I can use a pen tool. So, so all right. So just bring it okay over here. Let's see if I okay, so what you can do, all right? You can just draw like something like a wavy here, okay, and then okay, so you can increase your stroke. Okay, so you can increase your stroke. Okay, let's say maybe about 40. All right, and then over here the profile. Okay, so you'll be having like a few profile here. All right, so you can just simply click on the profile. Okay, so whichever you can play around. Okay, so just to add on. Okay, so okay, of course. All right. Okay, so like okay, you can use your all right, just in case. Okay, if you want to make it okay up to here. So you can just play around. Okay, so it's not like of course, yes. Okay, uh, in terms of like you want to play around. Okay, like what kind of a design that you want to add. Okay, so all these things. Okay, you really need to study on that. Okay, so if let's say all right, sometimes okay, people will have like like creating like a multi-wave. Okay, like something like a wavy kind of a okay. That's like most popular things. Okay, like usually like IT companies. Okay, they will do that. Okay, so you also can think about that. All right, so like for example. Okay, So let's say, all right, I'm just using a rectangle. Okay, using something like okay, like a blue. All right. So let's say, all right. Okay. So let's say. Okay, you might assume that okay, you just do like a straight box here. Okay, so all right, so let's say okay, I just want to lock this. Okay, so I'm just block the okay the blue color only. Okay, so okay, that's a okay, not 100%, maybe 70%. Okay, so you also can use this kind of a design. Okay, so again, okay, this actually we call as abstract. Okay, so let's say okay, using a white color. So let's see. Okay, of course you have to do a like very straight line. Okay, but then okay, I'll just randomly do. Slowly. Okay, all right, we have one more. Okay, of course it's just like a normal line. Okay, so what we can do, all right, so maybe this one. Okay, I'll just change it to right, let's say no, maybe a red. Okay, it's not visibly. Okay, but never mind. Okay, and then something like a blue. And then green. Okay, so let's say all right, maybe a one. All right. Okay, so once you're done, okay, so I can just simply select all this line here. Okay, so just select this line. You go to object. Okay, pattern. Sorry. Okay, blend. So let's say a blend option. All right. So specify step. Okay, maybe all right. So you can start with maybe 800 first. All right, and then click OK. We go to object. Okay, blend. Then so okay, of course, all right. Okay, so if in case, all right, this is not like okay, choosing a color is one thing, all right. So of course, all right, you can go back again, object, okay, blend. Okay, let's say a blend option, all right. So instead of 800, so you can just put this one as let's say okay, 400, right? So okay, go back again to object, okay, blend. Okay, let's say so. Okay, of course, all right. You have to play around with the colors. Okay, go back again. Okay, let's say maybe I'll just make it as 100. Okay, the lowest that it goes, okay, maybe the line will be more visible. Okay, and right. So let's say if I just make it this one as 100%. Okay. So at least, okay, you can see the line will be visible more. Okay, so all these things, okay, you can you can try out. Okay, so when you have a like more time. Okay, so of course, okay, so everything is required more time to play around. Okay, so go back to layers. All right. Okay, so even okay, if let's say, all right, if you don't want like a background like a blue, okay, maybe you want to have like something other colors, all right, you can just play around. Okay, so and in fact, all right, you also can try using the pencil tool. Okay, if you feel like using the pen tool is quite difficult, all right, so you can use your, all right, so let's see. Okay, I'm just drawing okay, so right, then you have to make sure that, all right, you always can use your pencil. That's a smooth tool. Okay, so you can just try to make it, all right. You want to make it more smoother, all right. So go back again to your pencil tool. Okay, but it's up to you. Okay, you can try out using a one single color or multicolor. Okay, same thing. Okay, once you just randomly done. Okay, so you can just go to object. Okay, again blank. Okay, you have like a blank option first. All right. So you can try with 50. Okay, so if you feel like all right, so you can just gradually increase. All right. So go to OK. All right, and go to object blank, and that's it. All right. So you can see. All right, now you can the line like a more visible. So same thing. All right. So if you want to have like a different kind of colors. All right. So let's say, so maybe over here you want to have something like all right, like a darker red. And then maybe you want to have a little bit more lighter. Okay, and over here, maybe all right, you want to create something purplish. All right, okay. Okay, so we have like 4 different colors. Okay, so you just have to select. Okay, once you draw, go to your object. Okay, go to blank. Make sure blank option. Okay, we make it as 50. All right, go back to object again, blank and make. All right, so now you can see the difference. Okay, so you can just play around. Okay. So like all these things are very common things. Okay, when you're doing especially like IT companies. Okay, because like most might be seeing all this kind of pattern. All right, so you can just think. All right, so we can just do a lot of things. Okay, so that's why I said. All right, so like. Okay, let's say if I'm just using some kind of a rectangle. So so you can go to your sorry, okay, go to effect. Okay, distort and transform. All right, let's say transfer. Okay, so you can just go here. So let's say horizontal. Okay, I'm making this one as maybe about 80 or maybe 90 by 90. So of course, all right, you need to make sure as a preview. All right. Okay, and then okay, how many copies that you want? Okay, so let's say if you want to make it this one as 100 copies. Okay, so all right, so you can just preview. Okay, so it will just create something like that, like a landscape or something. Okay, So you want to transfer me, all right? So you want to transfer me, let's say you want to transfer for 5. Okay, so you'll be having like this kind. Okay, if you go more, let's say 10. All right, so let's say you want to make it like a 15. All right, so you can get that. Okay, let's say if you click OK, all right. So let's say if you play the size, all right. So okay, of course, all right. You have to play around with designs. Okay, again. All right, so you can just play around with it. Okay, so even you can try using a Elipstroke. Okay, same thing. Go to effect. Okay, so distort. All right. So let's say transfer. Okay, so if you make it like maybe okay, 95. Okay, but you have to make sure. All right, we click on preview. Okay, so 95. Both should be same here. All right, and then how many copies that you want? Okay, let's say you want to make it as 100 copies. All right. Okay, so you have that. Okay, so but of course, all right, you won't have any kind of a difference. All right, because it's just a circle. It's just a circle. All right. All right. So you can just play around, okay, with this Illustrator, okay. So, all right, okay, okay. I'm just going to continue with the box design, okay. Just give me about 5 minutes, okay. I'll be back. All right. I'm having a back pain, okay. So just little while, okay. Give me about 5 minutes, okay. I will back. All right, okay. So welcome back. Okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. Okay, usually like as I said, when I took the Sinovac, I don't mind. Okay, I don't have any issues. The Pfizer is really strong, and especially with this raining here, I feel like it's so cold. Okay, all right. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so this one is just a folder design. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, okay, so you can just try to create, okay, like a few, right, as a few folders, okay, and then you can just try out yourself, okay. So all these things is just a skeleton, okay. So of course, okay, so when it comes to designs, I'm always suggest, all right, um, try to use okay all the simple things, okay, like the pen tool, okay, all the shape tools, all right. So we all can just try, okay, even like a clipping mask. Okay, so clipping mask is actually one of the best way. Okay, so like for example, okay, all right, okay, when you talk about this clipping mask, okay, sometimes, all right, what I'm showing should, I mean, showing, okay, like a few samples. Okay, we are just creating one object. Okay, so we are just creating a one object, but then and then we are just including the, okay, like one image on top of the clipping mask. Okay, like example, all right. So let's say, okay, I'm using a polygon, all right. Okay, so let's see that. Okay, so let's see if I just draw some rectangle with a different kind of color media. Back. Okay, so assume that, all right, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I have like a four shape here. Okay, so all the time, okay, of course, if you have like a different image, all right, if you have a different kind of image, then we can just simply, you can just edit your image. Okay, let's say you have like a 4 or 5 image. Okay, so each of the clipping mask, we can just simply add the what you call the image. All right, okay, but let's say you only have one image, all right, you just only have one image, all right, but then you want to apply the clipping mask into this four object here. Okay, let's say, all right, if I just simply, all right, go to file, okay, place, all right, let's say, okay, I have this image, and then, okay, I don't want to have all, okay, maybe I just want to crop this, all right. So maybe up to here, right? Okay, so just it's just a sample. Okay, so let's say, okay, if I want to bring this image at the back, all right, so I have a four object here. Okay, I have a four shape, okay, plus with the what do you call this image, all right. So let's say if I just want to select all, okay, if I want to select all, and then I have to select the image as well. Okay, but if I want to create a clipping mask, okay, you see nothing happened. Okay, everything's become as only one. All right, so if you have any, okay, like this, okay, if you have like this kind of design, okay, where you want to apply a multiple shape, okay, with only one images as a clipping mask, all right. So this is what you all have to do. Okay, you have to select all this image first, all right. So go to object, okay, over here, all right. Okay, just wait, yeah. Okay, there is, we call as a compound part. Okay, there's a compound part here. Okay, just make as a compound part. All right. So once you're done, okay, so now let's say if I select these two, okay, 1 and 2, okay, right click and okay, so then you only have the clipping mask. Okay, so again, all right. So if you have like a four object, okay, or maybe it could be more, okay. So let's say, all right, I'll just undo that. Okay, so let's say, all right, Okay, it's just example here. All right. So let's say I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So some of you might be thinking, all right, I can just simply, I can just select all the image. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So you might be thinking, okay, I just want to group it. Okay. Maybe group it might be works. Okay. But then, okay, even if you group and select these images, okay, it won't work. All right. It won't work. All right. So you have to make sure, okay, you have to go to the object, okay, and then you have to convert into a compound part, okay. But when you create a compound part, okay, so you cannot, okay, one thing is you cannot, group it, okay. That is the main thing here is, okay. So let's say, all right. I just want to ungroup it, okay. So now I have said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and also, okay, before I'm selecting the image, just go to the object, okay, make as a compound part, all right. So once you're done, then make sure you select the image as well, right click and make a repeat mask. Okay, so that's how, okay, so you have to create this one as a compound part. All right, okay, so just hold on here, all right, so going to the part. Okay, so just wait, yeah. Okay, I just need to use a snippet just for a while. Okay, first. Okay, so just wait, yeah. Okay. Go to file, 6S. Okay, so all right, so this is actually your folder. All right, so you can just try out, and then all right, so you can just try like a few designs. Okay, so all right, and then just try to add. Okay, so at least you get a clear picture. Okay, when you try it out. Okay, so we're going to save this. All right. Okay, so now let's say, all right, I'm just want to open up. Okay, box. Okay, so okay, and then go to placed. So, structure. All right. Okay. So let's say, okay. So this is what I said. All right. If in case, all right, if you want to create a box, okay. So maybe as I said earlier, you all want to come out with your own gift box, okay, for your customers. All right. Rather than if you want to like buying, okay, outside, okay. So maybe you want to put your okay, although you are making your cake at home or something, you want to put, maybe you have your own logos, all right, so you can customize that. So of course, okay, outside, okay, they're giving a lot of okay, services like where you can print out, okay, print out your, the box, all right. So based on your what we call the design that you want, okay, But if you want to, okay, let's say if you want to design by your own, all right, and also, okay, let's say, you know, you want to give a services. Okay, of course, this one is just like one star, all right. It's a similar way, okay, like how, you know, like we all, okay, planned earlier, okay, when you're doing the, what you call this folder, all right. So the same thing over here, all right. Okay. And you see here, all right, it's all depends, okay. Sometimes, okay, when you design the folders, okay, the dimension they are used is a mm, okay. When they are using like a box, all right, they're using a cm, all right. So you all should know, all right. So even okay, so when you let's say you want to wrap out your cake or anything, okay, so you know already your dimension of your cake, all right. So you can just design, okay, the box based on the, all right, the structure that you have. Okay, so over here, all right, so you need to study. Okay, of course there's a plenty of samples outside there, all right, you all can try. Okay, so if you want to try to create a over here, okay, so over here they are using as a 12 cm, okay, 10 cm, all right. And of course, okay, there'll be a side. Okay, the side is actually over here. Okay, these are the side here, all right, which is a, this is a 5 cm, all right. So if you want to okay, do the structure, all right, so same thing, okay, so you need to know, all right, so you need to plus, okay, so that's why I say, all right, you have to draft it on a piece of paper, then at least you know, okay, so what is the length that you are needed. Okay, so like here, all right, so let's say all right, we have like a 10 15, okay, 10 15, 20, all right, 30, all right, and then okay, it's about 35 cm, okay, 10, okay, 10 20 30, and also it's a 35, okay, it's about 35 cm, all right. So you have to do the same thing over here, all right. So you can just go back to your, let's say if I just create a new, okay, so now, okay, again it's a print, okay, but instead of using a points or millimeters, I'm changing to cm, all right. So let's say, okay, so instead of, okay, rather than I just follow exactly, okay, so what I'll do is, okay, so I'm just making this one as a, okay, let's say a 50 by 50 cm. Okay, 50 by 50 cm. All right. So blade as usual, okay, so you all can apply the blade, all right. So let's say if I just create, okay, so same thing, all right. So from here to here, all right, so the only thing is, okay, from here to here is only 12 cm, okay. So again, from here to here is 12 cm, all right. You need to determine, okay, so all right, over here, okay, so how much that you want to give, all right. And all right, so if let's say to here is 5 cm, all right, so we can just do a rough one, okay, maybe you want to give over here like a 4 cm, all right. So if you know the dimension, then it's much more easier, okay, for you to do. So again, okay, first time, okay, when you're trying to do, all right, so as I said, okay, so rather than you are using the Illustrator, okay, so you can start using your Manila card or something, okay, to design it. All right. So of course, all right, okay, all the designs and everything, okay, it can comes, okay, on the later part, right? But again, okay, even when you do the design as well, okay, of course, okay, so for this, okay, you don't require, okay, so all right, you might not require to have like a two layouts, okay, you might don't have required to have the two layouts, okay, because your design is only going to come over the top, okay, usually at the bottom or inside, okay, so as you all know, it's something like in the gray. All right, okay, so if you want to know, okay, so I can just do a simple one, all right. So first, all right, let's we do, okay, for the 12 cm by 10 cm, okay. So go back to here, all right. So just create, okay, as usual, okay. So if you want to create like with the colors, okay, go ahead, all right. So if you want to differentiate, all right, so just go ahead, okay, it's up to you, okay. So let's say, okay, if I want to make it as a, okay, like a gray, all right, that's okay. I just want to make it as a, okay. Okay, so the first dimension that we have is 12 by 10. Okay, so we have a width. All right, so go back again. Okay, so the width is 12, height is 10. Okay, so It is 12. Height is okay. So you just have to click on. All right. So once you're done, okay, so you can just put in the center, and of course, okay, we need to copy this, right? We just have to copy this, and then all right, we just put on the side here. Okay, so the next one, okay, so we have to do for the top. Okay, so the top, all right, so as everyone knows, okay, we have like 5. Okay, we have how many layers? We have 1, 2, and 3. Okay, of course, okay, like we have like a few types here. So let's do one by one. Okay, do it for the all right, so maybe, all right, so we all want to, okay, do for this, all right. So let's say you have like the 5. All right, so as usual, okay, so it's going to be a, okay, height will be 10 as usual, okay, and over here it will be a, it will be 5. Okay, so you just have to, okay. So of course, okay, this one we are using a very small one, okay. So if you have like a better, all right, it all depends, okay, the dimension, okay. If you have a cake which is much more larger, can be like a 60 cm or 70 cm, then of course, all right, it all depends, okay. So go back to here, all right. So again, you are done for the first one, okay. So then you have to do for the second one here, all right. So just have to copy. All right. So if you have turned on your smart guide, all right, if you turn on your smart guide and everything, okay, so it will be good. I mean, obviously it will be better because at least, all right, when you try to, like when you start to, bring it over here, it will be snappy. All right. So if it's snappy, then it's okay, fine. All right. Otherwise, if you do not turn on your smart guide, okay, it may not snap it by itself. Okay, you have to do like some manual adjustment. Okay, so let's come back to here. All right. Okay, so you're done for the, okay, you actually have done for this. All right. So let's say, okay, now let's see, move on to the top one. Okay, so for top one is still the same. All right. Now where, okay, you are going to use the same thing. All right. You are just going to use the same thing. Okay. All right. But then just turn around. Okay. And then since this one is at 12, okay, so you always can go to your transfer. Okay, go to your transfer. All right. So it's currently is 10 cm, so you just change to 12. Okay, so exactly, okay, so it will snap it. All right. But of course, okay, over here you can see, okay, that is like kind of a circle, right? Okay, so you can use your, what you call over here, okay, all these things, okay, all these tools already been provided, okay, for you. Select all, then okay. So if you want to know, okay, whether is everything is like in order or not, all right. So okay, so of course, all right. Okay, so it has to be, all right. The curve is has to be up to here. Okay, so let's say, all right, if I just okay, so go back to our layer. See, always okay. I'm forgetting. Okay, I should not do it. Everything's on same one. All right, so let me just. Okay. So if I just locked it, create a new layer. All right. Okay, so over here, all right, I have like 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so that is okay over here. Okay, so let's say if I just want to lock, okay, so that okay, I don't remove, okay, I don't move anything from here. All right. Okay, so look at it here. Okay, so they actually okay, they bring it. All right, so up to here. All right. So this is what you can do. All right, you can just use your direct selection tool. Okay, don't select all. Okay, maybe you can just select up to here. Okay, and then use your shift. Okay, okay. Otherwise, It should be width as 12, height will be 5. Okay, so using the what we call this little bit here. Okay, so let's say up to here. All right, again, okay, so just now when we make it as curve, okay, it may didn't work. Okay, so what you can do, so use your direct selection tool. Okay, so don't select all. Okay, you just have to select little bit up to here. All right, you just have to select this point. Okay, so let's say, all right, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so let's say you make it as a 7. All right. So same thing. Okay, so let's say you just select up to here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. So done. Okay. So okay, so let's say 1, 2, 1. Okay, so let's say if I just want to make it. All right. So again, all right, it's up to you. Okay, it all depends. Okay, your size as well. Okay, if you want to make it as a 5 cm, all right, up to here. Okay, you also can do that. All right, it's not a matter. Okay, so if you want to make it up to here, all right, so meaning that, okay, instead of like you are doing for the, okay, for 10, okay, so what you can do here is, all right, so let's say, okay, so you know that, okay, over here is 12. Okay, from here to here is, okay, 12. Okay, and then we have extra 5 and 5. Okay, that is, okay, 10. Okay, so that will be a 22 cm. Okay, so okay, 22. All right, height will be 5. Okay, so let's say over here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then, all right, so okay, so of course, all right, if you know how to create a dotted line, okay, you just go ahead, all right. So of course, okay, you know, like over here, all right, so you need to remove your anchor, all right. But before you remove your anchor, all right, so I always suggest, okay, so what you can do is, all right, so let's say it's locked. Okay, so you just need to, okay, separate these two anchor. Okay, you need to separate this anchor, and then you have to make it this one as a dotted line. Okay, so if you want to reach as a become as a dotted. Okay, so if you don't want, all right, it's okay, so you can just still, all right, let's say up to here. Okay, change the stroke and then select your dash. Okay, so same thing, all right, so I just want to, so then I'll just bring it over here. All right, so oops. Okay, and over here you can see like a small cut, right? Okay, so how you're going to do that? All right, so you can just make it this one, right? All right. Okay, so using my ellipse tool. Okay, so you need to know, all right, which one is the center. Okay, so sometimes, okay, you might not able to see the center. Okay, so if you see the intersect, okay, it's considered as a center. Okay, so you need to hold your shape and alternate. Okay, hold your shape and alternate so that you draw in the center. Okay, so if you are not holding your shape and alternate, okay, so let's say although you are select as intersect, okay, but it won't draw on the center. Okay, so it will very you know, it's not easy then. Okay, so use your shift and alternate. Okay, use your shift and alternate at the same time. All right, and look for your intersect. All right, and then okay, so let's say, okay, this one, okay, I just don't want to have a dash. All right, okay, so as usual, okay, so let's say, all right, if I try to use this and this, okay, sometimes, okay, we need to check on this, okay, let me, okay, so again, all right, so what you can do, okay, so similar way, all right, so you have like a cut over here, right? So you just draw a simple circle here, all right, you need to select one, okay, and two, okay, and then go for your minus front, okay, so you will have the same thing, okay, so that's why I said, okay, everything, okay, you have to do in the pre-arrangement. Okay, so the next thing is, all right, so same thing, all right, so we have to do the for the rest, okay, so okay, so over here, all right, they didn't give you a dimension, okay, but you can just take it like something like a 10 cm, okay, not 10 cm, okay, so like maybe like a 5, okay, not like a too much, all right, so let's say right, like maybe like a 2 or something, okay, because from here to here is about 5, all right, so maybe like all right, about 2 cm, okay. Okay. So generally, all right, so we have like a, okay, 12, all right, so 12 by, okay, another 2, all right, so 12, okay, 14 and 16, okay, so plus minus, okay, you need to have a 16, okay, so okay, so let's say 16 cm, okay, height. So if you want to know, okay, all right, cm, if it's intersect, all right, so meaning that you're already on the center, okay, so you can just let it go. All right, so as usual, okay, so oops, I'll just come back to here, all right, so you need to do like some a little bit of the, okay, adjustment here, okay, so it's not like a straight, line, okay, it's just like a little bit of a, okay, so for here, all right, so this is what you can do, all right, so we can just use the rectangle tool. So let's say we have the first section here. Okay, then, all right, I'll just draw in more. So it's actually is too much, all right. So you all can just try to adjust, all right. Okay, the size of the box, all right. Okay, so if you want to know, okay, how you're going to remove this, okay, if, let's say if I just take it out, all right. So this box is just as a guidance, okay, so that, all right, so everything is in the correct dimension, okay. So again, all right, so you can see here, all right. So you need to remove the, okay, at least this line, okay. So you can use your scissor, all right, use your scissor, okay. So let's say start from here, one, oops. Right, then okay, just select and then I remove. Okay, so we need to do the same thing, okay, for here as well. All right, so use the scissor. Okay, so let's see. All right, and then all right, over here. Otherwise, you can just simply try and then okay. So we have to do a same thing. All right. Okay, so of course, okay, we need to minimize everything. Okay, so let's say if I And we do the same thing again over here. All right. So either you can just copy from here, okay, or else. Okay, so we need to do the same thing. So you can just remove the box. All right, and okay, so again go back to your scissor. So let's say okay, sometimes you see, all right, if you cannot, then you can just start from here. All right, and then okay, so again, all right, so let's say we start from here. Now, try to remove whichever area that you are can. And then if this one can, because sometimes, okay, because it's connecting to the anchor, all right, so I can just drag it and then connect back to here. Right? So again, okay, using line, okay, let's say a dotted line. Okay, so stroke, okay, it's a dash line. Just I need to just copy this. All right. So this is the way. Okay, so you need to do it. All right. So okay, of course. Okay, so the main thing is all right. The major part here is okay. Maybe it's not creating the dimension. All right. But like coming up with the design. Okay, so over here, all right, so you need to know, all right, so this is actually okay, you should know, all right, which one is top, all right, which one is a top and which one is a bottom, all right, so that is a very important. So how you're going to finalize that? Okay, so which one is a top, okay, which one is side, all right, so that, all right, so that's why I said, okay, so you need to create a piece of paper, all right, and then you need to do your own cutout. So based on that, okay, when you do the folding out, so you know already, okay, so which one is top, okay. So that's why, okay, you all need to do the labeling, okay. So like for example, okay, so maybe okay, this one, all right, it's at the bottom, all right. Assume that this actually is at the bottom. Okay, why I assume this one, at the bottom, all right, because okay, this one you have to flip it on the side way, okay. You have to flip it this one on the side way, okay. So all right, so I believe, all right, so this one should be, okay, come at the top. All right, so, okay, so when you do at the top, okay, so you all have to also make sure that, okay, so the design, all right, so like, okay, example, okay, okay, because currently, okay, this one on the side view, okay, so this is on currently on the side view, okay, so of course, all right, you have to turn around, okay, like for example, you have to select, all right, so whether you need to okay, turn around, okay, so at least okay, then you know, okay, so which one is a all right, like a front or side, okay, so that is the main part here, okay, so okay, so I won't be go furthermore, all right, so you all can try out this, okay, so if in case, all right, not only for this, okay, so you need to know, all right, like a perfume, all right, how you going to design a perfume box, okay, maybe a gift or something, all right, so actually there's a lot of plenty, okay, all right, you can just go to your images, okay, so let's say, okay, okay, perfume, okay, box design, okay, so let's say Illustrator. All right, so they have given you a lot of examples, okay, so all right, so you can just come up with your own as well, okay, so of course, okay, the thing is all right, one thing is the dimension, okay, the dimension is very important, okay, so you can just put it here, okay, okay, great, okay, dimension, all right, or okay, if let's say you have your own bottles, all right, I know you can just do your measurement, okay, so you can just do your own measurement, and then from there, okay, so you can know, okay, how you going to create it. Right, so you see, okay, everything's back to standard, okay, if you want to know how to do this, okay, you already learned how to use the pattern, all right, remember just now we did for a pattern, right, okay, so you just have to apply that, all right, so of course, okay, text, all right, so you have to be very important, okay, how you're going to create a text, all right, so like this kind of pattern, okay, so you know how to create, okay, the rotation, okay, so you all can use the rotation, okay, like to draw, and then right, to do it. Okay, so all these things, okay, it's very the same thing again. All right, so all these things, okay, are using the what we call the pattern repetition. Okay, so and over here, all right, if you want to use, okay, you can use a pen. All right, you either can use a pen. Okay, just now, right, I can show you, right? Okay, so or else, okay, so you also can, okay, so you can just simply use your pen tool. Okay, so if you want to know, all right, so you can just, all right, okay, of course, okay, when you are going to apply the design, okay, okay, you don't apply your design right over here. Okay, so create a new layer. Okay, so the same thing. Okay, just now we did a lot of a wavy kind of a. Okay, so of course, okay, it's not going to be a what you call a dash. All right, so let's say I'll make it this one as a let's say 40. All right, and then go to uniform, change it. All right, so okay, so you can just simply add your what you call the colors. Okay, so the same thing. Okay, let's say if you want to have like like a blue, and then okay, what they have it here, what color. Okay, so you can try out. Okay, so let's say like the sky blue or something. So, okay, so just kind of copy this. All right. So change the colors. All right. So let's say if you want to swap it. All right. So so of course, all right, you need to use your direct selection tool, okay, to try to do some adjustment. Right. So all this thing, okay, it's actually it's just to redo back, okay, whatever things that you have done before, okay, using the pen tool. All right. So, but the only thing is, okay, each of the component. All right. So you see, if I want to do this, okay, I can use two methods. Okay, the first method is, okay, of course, I can use the pen tool, okay, and then I can just connect it. All right. Okay, but then, all right, I also can use a stroke. Okay, I can just simply use a stroke, increase to 40. All right, and then use the variable. Okay, so it's pretty things. All right. Okay, so okay, so this one very, very basic. Okay, how you're going to create the packaging. All right, so try practice more, then it will be much more. Okay, so the more that you do, okay, obviously, all right, it'll be easy for you. Okay, of course, okay, like for me, if you ask me, okay, because I'm not doing any packaging, all right, and it all depends. Okay, so if you are doing for your, like if you're a homemaker, all right, if you're selling your own product, your healthcare products, okay, so you can just come out, okay, you can just try out, okay. So it's something like at least people knows, all right, you have, it's everything is you are unique, okay, because you are not doing something like other people, okay, where they are just download, all right, and then okay, so they're just using like normal wrapping, okay, so you have your own logos there, all right, you put your address, okay, where I mean, like maybe the ingredients and everything. Okay, so A to Z that you are adding over on your box. All right, it's just to add on. Okay, your maybe your selling point or something. All right, guys, it's 12:52. Okay, so okay, we have like about 8 minutes. Okay, for go for break. Okay, so okay, I hope that okay, you all can just try out. Okay, using the Illustrator. Okay, I know that it's not that easy. All right. As initial stage, okay, as I said, all right, even okay, I'm like stuck in many ways, all right. But then, okay, while it takes time, okay, for me as well, okay, it takes a lot of time, okay, for me to do it, all right. So most of the time, okay, I'm just doing it for brochures, okay, like previously, okay, I'm working on the, okay, my, okay, that's like UI UX, all right. So I was okay for like a UI UX, okay, of course, okay, you see, we are doing very concentrate on the packaging, all right, or this kind of abstract. So what we are more concentrate was okay, like creating like a wireframe, okay, like a mock-up, all right. So if anyone here you are okay, you are doing for web design, all right. So perhaps okay, you also can like you can come up with your own like a mock-up design by using Photoshop or Illustrator, all right. and then you can just present it to your client. All right. So usually, okay, fine. If you have to depends, okay, because some website, okay, they are looking for more abstract. Okay, if they're having like more abstract, then of course you all can use a Illustrator. But some website, okay, like a lot of images there. All right. So in that case, all right, you all can use a all right, like a photo composition. All right. Okay, everyone. So all right. So take a break. Yeah, there's a many. Yeah, there's actually a lot of stuff. Okay, in Illustrator. All right. So okay, hopefully, okay. Maybe next time. Okay, I think we have to increase from 48 to 60 hours. All right. So okay, so try out. Okay, so for sure. Okay, I believe. Okay. The only thing is, when we start somewhere. Okay, and then we are easily give up. All right. If you ask me, okay, there's a lot of plenty of tutorial outside there. Okay, and also, all right, as I say, okay, anytime, all right. So of course, okay, sometimes, okay, I'll be having another class. So all right, so I'll be definitely okay. I'll reply to you all once okay, I'm complete my class as well. Okay, so take a break. All right, for your lunch. All right, it's still raining here. Okay, all my relative already messaged saying that okay, their places already like Banjay. All right. So hope that you all stay safe. Okay. So I will see you back at 2 o'clock. Seriously, I need a break. My arm. Okay. So I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Okay. At 2 o'clock. Okay. So maybe we'll do some like a Kahoot game. All right. I hope that some of you maybe have played a Kahoot game before. So we just played a little bit of games. Okay. Kahoot. All right. And then okay, then we start doing a little bit on the Photoshop. All right. So I just need to show you all how to do some like a basic animation. All right, so I'll be showing you some other basic, okay, like okay, of course I'm using a Filmora, okay, but for those who don't have the apps, all right, and you want to depend on the Photoshop, just want to do like some basic animation, okay, I will share with you, all right, and also, all right, there's a few things, okay, so once we're done, all right, so we can just wrap it up. All right, so take a break, and I'll see you back at 2 o'clock. All right, have fun and have a good lunch. All right, no problem, Lila. Okay, so see you again, all right, later.